Mm, mm, mm. Hello. Muy bien. Hello. Let's see. Let's see. Mhm, 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 mhm. Let's see. Mhm, 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 mhm. Hello. Hmm. Hey. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hello. 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 Hmm. 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 Oh, I hear something. Wake up and think clearly about sharing. Hmm. Hmm. Welcome, Dominic. Good morning.
Morning, Joe.
Oh, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And clear.
Wow. I'm using I'm using these earbuds. Wow. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me now?
Still can.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yep. I can still hear you.
Loud and clear?
Yep.
Wow, this is wonderful.
So you could be more mobile. Good for you, Charlie.
Good morning, clear thinkers. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for sharing.
Well, hopefully we're going to share.
Let's share about sharing. What is it that is shared when we share?
We share.
And can we really share? Is it, hmm, it, is it too, is it, it takes participation.
Mhm.
The sharer and the sharee. It's like the talker and the listener. If you share and the sharee doesn't consider what's shared, then it's a lost share.
Well, Joel, in a sense, if me and you went to an art gallery and we saw, we could share each other's company. And at the same time, if we saw artwork, we would be seeing somebody else sharing from a previous time in
Wow.
a form of art. That would be sharing. I know we're talking about the art of sharing, but I'm just using the example of sharing. And it doesn't always have to be positive. Like people that want to argue are sharing with each other. If I don't want to argue, then me and the other person, we're missing each other, but we're still sharing. You know, by me saying I don't enjoy arguing, I'm sharing my likes and dislikes. There's an ongoing sharing always. Now, sometimes we emphasize more on, I want to be able to be with you, seeing you, hearing you, you know, touching you. Those are all different variations of sharing. But typically sharing, and even when you're sharing, again, as you're sharing, in interaction with verbal communication.
Mm.
You know, a lot of people, well, I can't say a lot of people, some people don't always share via communicating through their voice. That's why some people, they write, for example, or they do artwork, or they'll wear a mask. It's kind of not really, but it's kind of a mask where they do poetry. They're still using their voice, but they're doing it with poetry or music.
Mm.
And if a person sings a song, that's sharing. If there's some sort of meaning behind that song or feeling behind that song, there's another form of sharing.
Oh, so sharing involves any of the senses. If it involves hearing, then the sharer must speak. If it involves seeing, then the sharer must draw or show a picture or do something on video or show a video and so forth for all the senses.
You said something about caring, and sometimes we miscue it. When I'll give you I'll give you just one quick example. Some people will say, if two people are arguing, that they're not caring. No, the irony is they are caring. When you engage with another person, if a person didn't care about you, they would neither be kind to you, let alone be mean to you. When somebody says they're being mean to somebody, they say, well, they don't care. I said, if they didn't care, they wouldn't be mean. They wouldn't be showing the action of mean. That's actually caring. But unfortunately, it gets divided because people they bring in their likes and dislikes. Like if somebody said, I don't care about you, but meanwhile they say they hate me. I said, no, you show me that you care. A person that's indifference is not caring. But once again, that reveals what we're pursuing. I heard something last night when I was kind of like dozing off. I know you enjoy the ideal of being happy or happiness, the pursuit of happiness. But what happens is when we pursue knowledge, we have to make a choice. The pursuit of knowledge lessens the pursuit of happiness. You know, as we gather more information of the world, like I still am. When I was younger, Jarrell, I was naive. So in the lack of knowledge of how the world works or how humans work, I had many moments of happiness. I just got to play. But once I became more aware and I started taking in information, read books, listened to audio, I went more towards knowledge. So my happiness, I have to compromise on my happiness. Now, with knowledge, I'm going in a different direction. I want to have more discernment, and doesn't necessarily mean at all happiness is a focal point of my pursuit. This is why in America, when they say the land of the free and the pursuit of happiness, because they're not trying to encourage people to become knowledgeable. Think about back in the days where people were taught to teach their kids not how to read or write, so you wouldn't be able to know how to read books. So if it was written from scriptures or whatever, so then how would you be aware of things? You know, awareness is a little bit of an input into that, because you can be aware without knowledge, and same you could be aware and not have to be happy. You could be the observer of those things. Anyway, I went on a little bit there. I'm sharing, obviously, in all of this interaction, I'm still sharing. And it doesn't have to be tick for tack. It doesn't have to be, I ask a question and you have to answer it. I could ask the question and the answer or whatever can come way later. And it might not even come from you. It might come back from me.
So there's knowledge and there's happiness.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was young, I was more naive, and
You could be naive.
then I pursued knowledge over pursuing happiness. So it was a trade-off, because the knowledge could produce unhappiness, or knowledge or wisdom that realizes that you can't always get what you want.
Gerald, I'll give you the example. Me and you are playing together as kids. All of a sudden, we're having fun. We're living in our little world, our moments. But then we get downloaded with all kinds of information that there's poverty in the world. There's kids that are being raped. That's knowledge. To know that stuff, to know that stuff, we probably couldn't be happy anymore. Because there has to be a lot of naivety. If people knew, whether vacationing, oh, I'm having a great time with my kids, but meanwhile, they become aware. Knowledge is just one part of it, then you comprehend it. Where somebody says, I don't want to know about poverty in the world. Why? Because I'm too busy enjoying my happiness. It works even with sadness too. When a person is in their own sadness, this is what it comes down to. When you're in your own happiness and your own sadness. If somebody's in their own sadness and then say, me, you went up to them and say, yeah, but there's other people in the world, they're poor, they don't want to hear that, because that's going to interfere with their own individual pursuit. That's what the whole ideal of pursuit of happiness is. It's a singular thing. But yet, because we have the advent of media, whether it's through papers or books, or it's the same ideal, or through visual media, what that does is it becomes a distraction for most people, because most people really want to be distracted, but they don't really. Well, so there is poverty in other parts of the world. Oh, there's people that are billionaires. Oh, most people might want to know how to become a billionaire because they see the advantage for themselves, but they wouldn't want to know how to become a poor person. So we've already slanted ourselves. You know, you brought up a nice topic, the art of sharing, because most people don't know how to share that. How do you feel about what you just heard? Well, I don't know. Bingo, you don't know. They're not pursuing knowledge. You know, because even when you pursue knowledge, to know something is one thing, but to have discernment. So what purpose would it be for me to know that there's poverty in the world? That's where wisdom comes in, discernment for yourself. If it's always about you. Now, if you're like a wise person where people will come to you asking you from some higher spiritual wisdom or some material wisdom, you know, like somebody comes to me, I had this conversation today with Jude where somebody comes to somebody that's wise and say, listen, you've experienced putting your hands on the stove, you know, and I'm thinking about, is that good or bad? I said, well, what are you asking of me? Whether it's good or bad, or do you want to actually experiment that? Because sometimes people are looking for reassurance. A wise person will say, well, if I'm the kind of person that experienced it, I know for me, it doesn't benefit me to do it again, let alone the first time, but I needed to do it the first time. So sometimes if you're looking for wise counsel, then you need to do it. Yeah, but that's bad. I said, well, then if you already know the answer, then why are you asking me anything? This is why when we read books or we take information through podcasts or oral speech, if we're pursuing spiritual wisdom, you don't need those other devices. But if you're looking for material wisdom, this is where we share with each other. Well, what was your experience when, Jaro, you went hiking the other day there up in the mountains? Now, some people, they have no interest whatsoever to hike the mountain. So they might be doing it out of curiosity or allow you to say, oh, I'm glad you asked. Why? Because rarely does anybody ever ask me what I've done. That's a form of sharing, but that sharing now is the person just asked a question and then you can speak. Again, for me, Jaro, everything is sharing. But where we get lost is, it's like in philosophy, it's when you bring in only a part of you in the conversation. I bring in only my likes. Well, if you're going to do that, you have to bring in both your likes and dislikes. Now, but if I don't want to bring in my likes, well, then you don't have to bring in your dislikes. Then you can philosophize, or you want to do science. If a science is trying to figure out elements, but he's trying to force his will and how the outcome is, then he's not going to, again, that goes through kind of double split experiment. When you're observing something, it depends on how it is. If you're already knowing the outcome or how you want the outcome to turn, then it'll turn out that way if it's meant to be. Anyway, I went on a little bit, Jaro. I'm going to try to keep quiet as much today.
When I am sad or non-happy,
Okay.
and I hear that someone is trying to share something about others who are worse off than me, like there's little kids that are starving on the other side of the planet or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
then I don't, I say I don't want to hear it,
Mm-hmm.
because I imagine or I have experienced that it would make me sadder, or I assume that it would, or I can't handle it. I've heard it before, maybe, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a true statement, Jaro, because a lot of people are led by their feelings. So by you saying you're sad, where the philosopher view would be, it has nothing to do with me. So the question would be why? Why is in the world humanity, there's people that are poor? That's the philosophy. That's how you learn about love of wisdom, of discernment. No different if somebody said to me, Dominic, there's a lot of people that are rich in the world. Why? You know, I want to know the nuts and bolts. Now, how could be, you know, how are they rich and poor? That's more very scientific. So, but that's why when people go into philosophy courses and they don't realize you got a degree, but you don't know nothing about philosophy. Why? Because if I told you about poor people in other parts of the world and you say you're sad, that's exactly what you bring in when you philosophize. You're not asking whys. That's philosophy. Why do we burn down trees? I'm not here to say it's right or wrong. Why? I'm the observer. And if a person realizes they've been living more times not for themselves, then they are the observer. Because they're not concerned about other people. But if you do care, you can still ask questions. Why? Not leading by what, you know, because even you said, Jaro, and that tells a little bit about yourself. Hopefully, if you heard yourself, you know, it makes you sad. Why would it make you sad that other people in other part of the world are poor? Because you make the assumption you're better off. How do you know you're better off? Gerald, there's people in the world might not know where to get their food, but then there's other people in the world, Jaro, when we speak for about an hour or whatever, they make billions of dollars. This is not about fairness. This is about awareness. We're going to have people that are going to continuously be poor during our lifetime. There's going to be people that are going to be rich in our lifetime. There's people that are going to die on a regular basis. And we'll find out love, wonderful world of attachment when we lose people and we realize how much we were attached to them. There's no good or bad in that. It's just an awareness. It's when you want to change it is when you become really engulfed in attachments. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just sharing what I'm hearing from you. And more times than not, that's where you're at, which is okay. You know, I'm not here to tell other people their lives are right or wrong because that's their experience. But when I share, I usually pick up people are very resistance. It'll be like me and you going to a seer or a prophet or whatever, and we're looking what for an outcome. If you're looking for the outcome of your plans, then do what the people used to do when they used to plan things in Roman or whatever. They used dices and all that because they're looking at to see if the gods will favor their decisions. Okay, no problem. I'll serve you in that small little decision, but don't try to bend your other people's wills. This is where, as people are sharing with each other, they're not seeing how much it's slanted. I don't feel sorry for people that are poor. I want to know why they're poor. No different. They can ask me, why am I asking questions? Opposed to telling me, Dominic, you can't ask questions. I said, there's a big difference there. Stop trying to control everything internally, let alone externally. None of those things are for us to control, but to observe. Now, you could be responsible for your body. And if you're responsible opposed to reacting, then you can actually take accountability for your decisions. When most people, what they do is they're too busy reacting. And I do it too, the way I talk sometimes. But I've kind of shared more times than not, I'm frustrated. Other parts of the time, I'm just full of crap. And I'm okay with it. Because I know at least where I stand. So if I choose that I want to better myself or grow or to stop doing it or do more of it, I know where I stand. That's why I don't value the concept when I hear people yip-yapping, say, oh, that's the truth. I said, where's honesty in that first? Are you honest with the self first? Forget about truth. Are you honest with the self? And that's where we learn to share. We share with ourselves. What most of us do when we're with other people, we're trying to confirm or fit in. But I've kind of shared openly, have we ever left the vessel? Now, some people might be able to do that. It's like me and you, Jar. We could start playing tennis, but a lot of people play tennis. It doesn't mean we're going to get to that level of Bjorn Borg or John McEnroe, those other characters that are playing today. That this tells us that we know how to play the game, but we don't really get to a certain level. So I can't say for sure 100% anybody's allowed to leave their vessels when it's still alive. Now, I've heard certain monks doing it, but then again, I would have to ask all kinds of questions. Why did you pursue that? And what did you practice to get to that level of awareness? And then come to the realization, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to do that. You know, we quickly shun people by saying things like, just because I don't see a value to it, then it's crap. No, it's called considering other people. You know, I've told other people, even on this channel, there's, what do they call them? Not scribes, but they're scholars, because that's what they're pursuing. But I've ever heard them say what they think I'm trying to pursue. That's called consideration. And I might have said it in a tone that they probably didn't want to receive it. But if the person actually looked inwards, they'd realize they're trying to become a scholar. If I was writing books, I would be a scribe. or in some cases, an oral teacher. You know, what are you teaching? What do you mean? Because you're the student teacher. So what are you teaching me? Because you're not the teacher, but what are you going to teach me? Well, I'm going to put my hands on the stove. Okay, so you taught me something today. Not about whether or not it's right or wrong to put on their hands on the stove. That's for me to learn. For me, what I learned was, person puts their hands on the stove, I hear them screaming, and they showed me their hand, it was burnt. That's it. Now I have to ask myself, do you want your hands burnt? Well, yeah, you know, the funny part about that is, I went tanning the other day and I didn't put no lotion on my hands. I burnt my hand. Oh, it's the same idea. So I don't have to learn that other thing if I feel as though I've learned my lesson, whatever that may be. I don't need somebody to tell me, Dominic, because you learned your lesson, I'll give you an A, or Dominic, because you did a good job, I'm going to pay you a lot of money. Those are for the material level. But when I share, more times than not, I'm trying to share on a spiritual level. The voice that we use, we're channeling, we're communicating. If we want to make it more personal, we'll share our personal experiences. But for a lot of people, they want to take in things so they can feel good, and that's personal, but yet they don't want to share back. So what did you learn from that? You kind of say it. So what did we learn today? Well, you made it in a very general statement, opposed to what did I learn today? Or what did you learn today? It would be better for you to lead for yourself. What did I learn? In this case, what did Jaro learn? And then if I choose, I want to share back, I will.
I've learned that it's hard to break bad, evil, gross habits, material habits.
How'd you form them? How did you form them? And why did you form them? That's usually where it resides, Jaro. You can't look at the part where you misled yourself. I'll give you an example. Me and you are walking down the street. You decide to take this one street, think it was another street. You walk 10 miles down that street, and now you turn around and say, I took the wrong directions. So now you have to go backwards. See, people want magically just to think, okay, I have some, in this case, it's a fair statement. You said, I got some bad habits. Well, did you ever investigate your good habits and what motivated you? What led you there? Some of it could be biology. Some of it could have been you picked up energetically being around your sisters and your brothers and your mother or your father or other people, and realize a lot of that doesn't belong to me. So are they productive habits? Are they habits that I want to grow with? But when we say bad habits, again, there's your dislikes. So then that means you're really not trying to avoid your dislikes as much you want more of that. What are your attachments to? You know, people want to look healthy, but do they want to be healthy? Two different things. Now, if they're honest with themselves, yeah, I just want to look healthy. Okay, then pursue that. Then don't mislead yourself. Now, forget about lying, mislead yourself. Because if you want to be a crook, talk like a crook, think like a crook, because we forget visualization plays a major role for people. You can visualize and your body will align itself if you're designed to learn how to play a certain tennis shot. But if you want to just keep practicing tennis, then you're going to have to learn how to do it for, years. But meanwhile, if you're not doing the visualization, that's why certain athletes, they might not share openly but they get to their certain craft is because they probably go home thinking about playing basketball or tennis. They watch it. They're it's like when I told you before, you can put a book underneath your bed, because if you truly genuinely want to take that information, I don't know if it's want per se, or even needs, you just want to be a vessel for that information. Then you will have, Norman Peale, Think and Grow Rich kinds of talk about it. You could have a round table of old souls that have been there, and they can give you input if that's what you're designed to do. Now, just because I see a person play amazing tennis, I might come to the sad realization, as much as I want to learn how to play tennis or be that level, I wasn't purposely designed for that in this lifetime. This is why people have to find their gifts. Now, how it becomes a curse, we don't fully utilize it. We pursue other things because our parents tells us, or our community tells us, or our country tells us. And even that's kind of erroneous, because if we're the human race, why do we start to do divisions like religions and countries? That's a gang now. I'm not interested in being in a gang. I wouldn't want somebody to follow me, so why would I follow somebody else? But that's me. That's why I can ask questions like, then why did you write a book if you were saying that you like to be by yourself? Well, because now I want my cake and eat it. I want to live out in the forest, but yet I want to be able to supplement some of my comforts. So then you're preaching about one thing, but you're acting in another way. Okay. Anyway, John. But I did hear you, Jarrell. You said you were sad, and you had bad habit, and you had certain habits you were trying to no longer want.
I'd like to share a wonderful book I've acquired.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I go here, and I go. And then I go here, and then I go. Where am I? Oh my gosh. I'll type in. Thank you, Dominic, for texting me that it was time.
Well, you said, sure, no problem. I said, sure. Done it before.
Let's see. Oh, I'm going to admit myself.
Who's here? It's Jarrell.
I'm going to shit. Oh,
there's an echo now. There's some crickets here.
Uh-oh. Let's see. Is it here? Can I do it this way? There it is. Ta-da!
Callie.
Look at that beautiful figure. It's standing on my fears, on my bad habits. Oh my goodness. Going to, oh, look. Oh, if I go like this, it gets fat. Oh, thanks. Oh. Keep it from echoing.
A lot of
Oh, look. Let's see. And now I'm going to read from the book, The Birth of Kali. According to mythology, Kali sprang forth from the third eye of the great goddess Durga. Durga,
Mhm.
who was unable to overcome the demons led by Chanda and Munda, sent to oppose her in a cosmic war. She concentrated her powers in order to produce an incarnation of absolute violence and lanced Kali onto the battlefield.
Mm.
The story is related in the Devi Mahatmya. The Devi Mahatmya, written about 2,500 years ago. Mhm.
Mm.
Then they saw the goddess smiling slightly, mounted on her lion on the great golden peak of the highest mountain. Having seen her, they made ready in their efforts to abduct her, while others approached her with swords drawn and bows bent. Ambika then uttered a great wrathful cry against them. Oh, Ambika is another name for the great goddess of the great goddess Durga, I guess, which is in the form of Kali in this way. From the knitted bows of her forehead surface immediately came forth Kali. Oh, with her dreadful face carrying sword and noose. She carried a strange skull-topped staff and wrote garland of human heads. She was shrouded in a tiger skin and looked utterly gruesome with her emaciated skin, her widely gaping mouth, terrifying with its lolling tongue, with sunken reddened eyes, and a mouth that filled the directions with roars. She fell upon the great Asuras. Oh, that means in the footnote it says demons. Uh, She fell upon the great Asuras in the army, slaying them immediately. She then devoured the forces of the enemies of the gods, attacking both the front and rear guard. Having seized the elephants, together with their riders and bells, she hurled them into her mouth with a single hand. Likewise, having flung the cavalry, the cavalry with its horses and chariots with their charioteers into her mouth, she brutally pulverized them with her teeth. And she seized one by the hair and another by the throat. Having attacked one with her foot, she crushed another against her breast. Oh, the weapons and missiles that were hurled by the demons, she seized with her mouth and crushed them to bits with her teeth. The army of all those mighty, distinguished demons she destroyed. She devoured them and thrashed them, and some were sliced by her sword, others pounded with her skull-top staff. Just in this way did the Asuras meet their destruction, ground up by the edges of her fangs. Immediately upon seeing the entire army of the Asuras slain, Kanda rushed, or maybe it's Chanda, rushed at the incredibly fearsome Kali. The great Asura enveloped the dread-eyed female with a horrendous great shower of sorrows. And Munda did the same with disgusses hurled by the thousands.
Mm.
This stream of disgusses entering her mouth resembled a multitude of suns and into entering into the middle of a black cloud. Then Kali, her ugly teeth gleaming with her dreadful mouth, angrily crackled with terrible sounds. Mounting her great lion, the goddess ran at Chanda, and having seized him by the hair, she cut off his head his with her sword. On seeing Chanda slain, Munda rushed at her. She caused him to fall to the ground, wrathfully smitten with her sword. On seeing Chanda slain, and also the valorous Munda, what was left of the assaulted army was overcome with fear and fled in all directions. Picking up the heads of Chanda and Munda, Kali approached. Chandika is another name for the great goddess Durga.
Jaro, before you go on a little bit more, when you're sharing, by literally reading it with me, what are you trying to get from that?
Oh,
because I could tell you the story of why the myth of Kali came to be, because you don't recall the fact that women of those days in India, they had to tell them stories, and that's why it's called a secret practice and ritual, because women of young age had to marry older men. This is kind of like the shadow self of Jungians. This is what they used to believe in behind there, because they hated the men that they were forced to marry. So you're reading it like it's a fairy tale.
no.
That's why it's a secret practice and rituals, because a lot of these women despise the men they were forced to marry. It's like having Santa Claus. So they would have all these stories because women they were disrespected in those ages. But then they twisted it around to make it sound like as though it's from India. No, they treated women like fucking disrespect. That's why they had this story. There's a lot of sharing in all those messages there. There was a man there. Why is he stomping on top of him? Now, this is somebody's depiction typically of men. They don't understand. Women were being treated unfairly. So they had to make up stories about gods or praying to the gods, because men were just disgusting fucking pieces of shit. And we still are.
Oh.
So now you're just reading it word for word. You're sharing with me, but do I need to be here then? If we want to share back and forth, what comes to you, that's one thing. Now, if you want to have a YouTube channel and you just want to do an audio, I'll gladly hear you, Jaro. I'm okay with that. But I'm the kind of person, if I go into a group and they're doing guided meditation, bye-bye, I leave. I don't need somebody else to tell me what somebody else wrote. I know you enjoy that stuff, but it's just me and you here.
Mm-hmm.
I get it, Jaro. You know, and you're literally reading it. Fuck Jaro, I'm not interested in reading books, let alone hearing books. But you can share it, and I will gladly go to YouTube, type in your name. Oh, he's talking about that, and I will listen to it. I'll go downstairs. I'll do some vacuuming and all that. But you literally, that's what you're doing. Like, unless you're going to go inwards and you're listening, why were these stories made up? It's like watching superheroes, watching movies with superheroes. What are the superheroes and villains doing? They're being idiots. They're going around major cities destroying things. And then somebody calls them a hero. No, they're idiots. Unless they're going to tell everybody else to make them aware, yeah, we're destroying cities so everybody else can have more work. Oh, okay, well, then go right ahead. Just make sure we all leave the towns. Those are men's skulls there for a reason, Jaro. Because men in those days, even today, they were raping women. They were forcing women at a very young age to marry them. And then when they marry them at 15 years old and you're 50 years old, when you die, they have to die with you. Now, you tell me, how would you like that if you knew you were forced to marry somebody and they're way older than you, and then when they die, you had to die with them? You wouldn't like it, Jaro. Would you like to be one of the emperors of China way back then, when they would bury all their servants with them? What idiot in their right mind would agree upon that? Now, they might think, okay, well, if I'm at least going to be doing that, I should at least have some luxuries. You know, we live in an age where we shouldn't have to bow a knee to nobody. And how I know people bow a knee down? Because they start complaining about their president or prime minister. When did you ever think or feel that somebody should be responsible for the being that you are when you've never been outside? Now, don't get me wrong, Jaro, you want to do it, but then you go on. No different, I go on. The only difference is if you're listening inwards, you realize, I never thought of those things. This stuff here is child's play, Jaro. But if you want to take in information through somebody else's written work, that's fine. But I've kind of made it quite clear, Jaro, I'm not interested in being a scholar. If you truly realize what I'm trying to share with you, I want to become a mystic. If I'm not already a mystic.
Mm-hmm.
Now that might be egotistical on my part, but I don't put my hand to paper and writing anything down because I'm not interested in being a scribe. But I'm not denouncing anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, if you want to go on, but we're talking about sharing. You're sharing me somebody else's work.
Okay. Yes, I'm sharing this work.
No, you should have got a book.
Because it can lead to great wisdom.
Maybe.
Here's the last few verses of what I was sharing.
Okay.
Picking up the heads of Chanda and Munda, Kali approached Chandika. That's the another name for the great goddess Durga, I guess, and spoke words mixed with loud and cruel laughter. She spoke, showing the heads, and said, "Here as a present from me to you are Chanda and Munda, two beasts slain in the sacrifice of battle. Now you yourself can slay Sumba and Nisumba." Oh, it's got a footnote or a index note. But I don't know where it goes, but then it goes on and summarizes what happened. So Kali destroyed the demons, but she was so intoxicated by her own power that she could not stop and began to kill the gods. Durga then appealed for help from Shiva, who lay down among the dying bodies. Oh, Shiva was struck down too. His beautiful eyes and his erect lingam, that means phallus, calmed Kali, who allowed herself to slip onto him and discover her capacity to incarnate absolute love. The surprise of penetration was such that her tongue leaped outward from her lips to point down to her heart. Thereafter, Kali was venerated by tantric practitioners as the incarnation of power and absolute love. There's symbolism in here. So the symbolism of the body and attributes of Kali. Kali is black or midnight blue. So all colors blend together in the dark. Kali unifies the duality. All manifestations disappear in the black. Just as all colors disappear in black, all names and all forms disappear in her, says the Mahanirvana Tantra. Kali is the final fusion of appearances in the reality of the self with a capital S. She transcends all forms. Is worshipped during the black moon, around funeral pyres, during cremation chants. She is worshipped Tuesdays at midnight. She loves deserted places and crossroads. Her worshippers, however, see her as luminous. Ramakrishna points out that you see her as black because you are far away from her. Go near and you will find her devoid of all color. The water of a lake appears black from a distance. Go near and take the water in your hand and you will see that it has no color at all. Similarly, the sky looks blue from a distance, but look at the atmosphere near you, it has no color. I will stop there. That is something to meditate upon.
Well, John, I kind of told you, when you hear other people constantly listen, the word meditate means listen. So when you can be in silence in the sense that something that's teaching you something on a regular basis, it doesn't speak to you, not the way you think it speaks. So when you're meditating, when you're gardening, you're meditating. When you're doing laundry, you're meditating. You always have a constant. That's why you have that gut feeling, I better not go down that street, because you're listening. So now I resist the dark. Why? Because I chose to come into the light. That's the difference. Kali, or in this case, the description of the unknown, in this case, black, it encompasses all colors. And where do you see color? In the light. And if you're listening inwards, you'd realize what I'm sharing with you is something you forgot. But we try to accumulate that information after thoughts, which is written work, oral works. If you don't grasp it through the written work, how are you going to grasp it through the oral works, and vice versa? But we become collectors. We collect stuff. And then we treat it like, okay, well, am I going to be a spider? Why? Because nobody's going to use that book, so I might as well put some cobwebs around it. Now, this is not about reading this book so then I can say, listen, I'm a better person now. Most of this stuff was written during the time where they had these classifications in India. And why did they have classifications? Because that's a clever way of saying, this is why I'm better than you, because I make shit up. Well, you're untouchable. You're an idiot. You're a king. You're an idiot. Now they could turn around and say, I'm not an idiot. So there you go. Now you're on the same page because you're not a king either. But you know, Jared, this one's saying, I'm going to meditate on that. Are you going to fast first? What do you mean? Well, your spirit, your soul, your designated daemon is going to say, okay, so Jared, let me understand this. You want to listen to me, but I can't listen to you because you just ate food. And guess who has to do all the processing? Your being. This is why Buddha, or it wasn't even Buddha, he just became the first Buddha, because we're in a Buddha form. The first guy that chose to become awake that he's in the Buddha form said, let me fast and then meditate. Let me first abstain from eating and then I will listen. Because Jaro, if I tell you to do something for me, but at the same time, I want you to drive up downtown, I'm getting you to do two different things in two different directions. Now, what I'm sharing with you is shit that the Dalai Lama, if he knows about this stuff, I would say, then do you have discernment? What do you mean? You should be trying to share this openly, and you should be the poorest man on the fucking planet. Because you're in notoriety. He chooses what his gift is, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong about it. I could talk like an idiot all I want. No different other people can talk like an idiot. The only difference is I'm not asking anybody to follow me. But that doesn't make me any better than anybody else. I'm just telling people, I'm not interested in it. I don't write books. I'm not interested in it. But I will hear other people. I'll read their books once in a while, but not for one fucking second. I'm gonna gobble that shit up. Because I'm gonna go inwards and say, Dominic, so what? You're gonna value things more outside than inside? I know I have to coexist with the rest of humanity. The last time I remember, we're human beings. We're not just humans. That's the animal part. And the way we treat other animals, you know, in other forms, as you're talking about Kali, reside in other forms. Yes. But why is there only pictures of her demon with a human? You got a woman eating a part. You got a man that's basically trying to what? Sound an alarm or whatever. Because why? Because if you want to kill with the sword, you will die by the sword. That's why the Hebrews, or in this case, the Jews, gypsies, they follow a jealous God. He rules over the concept of jealousy. If you're jealous of another person, yeah, you'll get him. You'll get that being. But be prepared. I will bless you, but at the same time, I will curse you. You know, that's the gods that everybody follows in the Torah and Revelation and Genesis and all that kind of stuff, which is fine. But most people aren't even honest about their own position as a human. Why do you go to church? Why do you go into a mosque? Why do you go to a temple? You know, I go to one of those Buddhist temples. I see a bunch of people just fucking sitting there with their legs crossed. You're doing nothing fucking for humanity, you selfish piece of shit. But dare not say that to anybody else and then find out, oh, Tom, you can't say that. I said, but you're going around going, What town are you trying to get? Well, I'm trying to get into peace. Put a bullet to your head if you want that kind of peace instantly. Peace just means silence, and putting a bullet in the back of somebody's head is silence. I would never do that personally. But that's what they're wanting. I want more of that, less of that. Well, what's less of that and what's more of that? That's something they got to share if they choose to share out loud. But most people don't have to share out loud because you just have to watch them, Jaro. And when I say watch them, watch inwards and say, yeah, they're full of crap, Dom. They're just like you. They're just not honest about it. It's not like, oh, Jaro, I didn't study Buddhism, study Hinduism, study all the different forms of Christianity. It's a story. And when I say it's a story to me. For somebody else, it's my truth. Okay, but to me, it's still a story. And I'm not here to convince you otherwise. I'm just sharing with you my view of it. It's a story. I'm not here to tell other people if it's true or it's a lie. It's just a story. This book is a story. Whether or not it existed or not, hence why they call it mythology, but it's a story still, nevertheless. Now, if you were listening inwards, Jaro, you would be pulled to say something opposed to having this train of thought. What am I going to say next? Well, thank you for sharing. Like, Jaro, you're not a parrot. None of us are parrots, but we do act like parrots sometimes. No offense to the poor creature, but we do act like them. And they only repeat what they hear, which is fine, but it's kind of like making it personal. As much as human beings, they say they want to make it personal, but do they really make it personal? Don't make it personal with me, make it personal with you. When somebody attacks me, I said, then you're not making it personal with you. You're defending yourself. Yeah, but it's personal. I said, what I have to share has nothing to do with you. Now, if they turn around and say, but we're the human race, well, then we would have to discuss about why we have poverty, why we have wars, why we have greed, why we have homelessness, why we have big houses, if we're going to talk about the human race. But most people, they don't want to talk about those things. In this case, they don't lack to talk about that. What they lack is, I want more stuff. I can relate to that, and I'm willing to talk about that too. Whether it's more drones and you have more books. But what value does those books do to help humanity's crisis? Well, Dominic, I don't like thinking about those things. Okay, so then why are we here? Why are we recording something on YouTube? Why? Because we're looking for ratings? I don't care about quantity. It's quality I'm always after. So I don't care if 2 people watches this video. But this is not my video. This is your video. So you can do whatever you want with it.
So going within. So in these stories, and there's countless stories.
They are countless.
For the person who believes in them as truth, they're more than stories. They're symbols, and they relate to things in reality. You mentioned that this woman cutting down and standing over a man is because these women were married off and had to be thrown in the cremation of her husband, be thrown along with her husband, even if she were 15 years old and her husband was 50 years old. So that's horrible.
Well, what happened, Gerald? Think about it. They have a customs and traditions. So what happens is, back in those days, it's not like today where you had pieces of money or whatever. If you had gold, that was one thing, but you had to trade something. So they didn't have condoms and all that. So people, and we still do it today, have sex. You have an offspring, you have a product. You don't have sheep and goats, you have a child. Somebody else is probably more financially well off when it comes to crops or whatever, and say, I notice you have an extra daughter there. Your firstborn is going to take over everything. I will trade you a bunch of sheeps that are young and fertile, I mean, healthy, in exchange for one of your younger children. She's 15 years old. Then they make laws saying that when your husband dies, you have to die with them. So when you're 50 years old and she's 15, what do you think she's going to do whether she loves you or don't? She'll probably end up taking good care of you. Why? Because it's based on she will die when you die. And there's already a 35-year difference. So when they die, when the husband dies at 70, they're still very young. Now, some of the men were kind enough to say, listen, I'll allow you to be in love with some guy your own age, but privately, not publicly. So they were traded like cattle. Now, if you understand that, Jairo, then you'd understand when you joined the military, you were cattle. You were no different. We're all cattle. Now, and that's not to offend cattle, but we're traded like some sort of product. Now, the only thing is, imagine being born as a child, not realizing I'm allowed to play with all different kinds of kids. But once you reach a certain age and now you become aware through knowledge, you know now that, oh, I'm designed, I have to have more kids. I'm a baby maker. Or let alone you're born as a boy and you're not the firstborn. And being a firstborn is a big responsibility, because if you have to take over your parents' property, that's why when men reach the age of 50, they actually no longer become householders. They give it to the firstborn. So now the firstborn has to take care of them, their wives, and everything else. Actually, not the wives, because the wives, more times than not, they had concubines and all. That's why they had many wives, because they value the stuff of the matrix. So now, here you are now, you're the second and third born. You got to be traded off. See, the advent of money dismasks the fact that before, at least you were trading commodity for commodity. Now you're just trading a piece of paper. And you got to go out and find your own shelter and your own food. Most people just aren't aware of that, because most people don't go inwards. Now, you say the word go inwards. You always are inwards, Jairo. It's not like you always say, okay, I'm in my house, I'm going to go inwards to my living room. No, you're in the house already. You just go to a different room within your house. There's many rooms in that house called your vessel. And there's many receivers. And you can walk freely whenever you want in there. That's the concept of free will. That's inside. That's not outside. If I truly value that I had free will outside, I should be able to jump off a mountain and start flying like a bird. My will doesn't have that ability. But hey, Jairo, I get it. You're sharing certain things, and maybe you're at that point where maybe you're just knocking on the door. But if you're reinforcing it by, in this case, reading a book without having whoever you are there and saying, okay, but I'm going to listen as I'm reading the book. Because I've kind of shared it openly, Jairo, whether you grasp it or not, the system that we have outside, 20 students to one teacher, that's child's play. Because the person that's in the classroom teaching, they're supposed to be the student teacher. Because inside, Jairo, you're the student, and you have the possibility or potential of having thousands of different teachers to come to you when you're ready. You want to learn how to play tennis? When you get good enough, the teacher will show up. Why? Because more times than not, most people don't look inwards. They want to have a public persona opposed to realizing, but how's the private world really working? Is that what you're going to share with me? Because I could easily listen to the media and say, okay, that's public personas, public speech. But are they really sharing inwards, outwards? I'm always looking for that gold nugget from within myself. I like to hear other people share their gold nuggets because it might bring value to me. No different vice versa. I'm okay with feeding swines pearls, because it's up to them if they want to chew it on it or not. It's like leading a horse to water. It's up to you what you want to do with it. But when you regurgitate somebody else's work, it's a waste of energy, Jairo, for me anyway. What started your journey, the first Buddha? What started your first journey on this? Well, Dom, since you asked the question, because people usually don't ask me, they just wrote a whole bunch of fairy tale stories about me. I was royalty. Okay, so did you figure out that was a scam? Yeah, that's what made me start my journey. I wasn't honorable enough to be a prince. at the expense of other people being poor or serving me? What kind of system is that? Because we live in an entertainment, we entertain ourselves by saying, oh, look at the royalty family. But meanwhile, they're living with way more needs than they can ever probably expend in one lifespan. And other people are deprived of their needs. I'm not talking about the wants. I'm talking about their needs. You and me having drones and books, those are wants. Those aren't needs, Gyro. Me and you on a computer, that's a want. That's not a need. This is not a personal attack against you, Jar, because I know you do video, you do record this. If this wasn't being recorded, I would say, Jar, then it's just a private conversation, and I wouldn't be yapping on this. Would be on unless I come to your house. And I think you have a good demeanor. That's why you don't get offended, to my awareness, anyway. Other people get all offended because they're like this little sensitive little child. Oh, I can't believe he said that. I said, but if I told you, oh, wow, you're an amazing little boy, I feel good about it. Oh, you're willing to accept the one, but not the other? Last time I remember, you'd need the both polarities of a magnet for it to be a magnet. You need a car to have polarities for it to be a car. Plus, you also need grounding. You need the human aspect. In this case, you need a physical apparatus of some sort. Because if it's up in the air, then it's no longer a car. We're going to call that a plane, but you still need polarities in that. Same with a boat. Same with a train. Well, Dom, there's an example, and then they bring me. My buddies bring up fairy tale story. Oh, what about the space shuttle way up there? I said, you're trying to tell me you still believe in that shit, that they can bring thousands of tons of stuff up there? Okay, you go with that. You go with that. Well, you couldn't prove otherwise. I said, well, then don't go around telling me this shit that you know for sure. We don't know. I'm telling you it's a fairy tale, but I couldn't confirm it. But NASA, oh, that's right up there with religions. It's right up there with the monks. Anyway, Gyro, I'm going on a rant. If you want to share again, I apologize, Gyro.
Yes, it's fascinating. The art of sharing. What to share? And what is shared, will that sharing be oh, this is an interesting book. Will that sharing be well received?
You just said a word I was just thinking, Cheryl. To have the art of sharing, you also have to learn the art of receiving.
Oh.
And to receive, if you have already judged it before you go in the room, it's hard to receive when you're telling somebody else, I only will receive what you're sharing based on my likes. I said, I don't want to go through a minefield. If I'm going to share, if something pulls me to share, I will share. No different. I know enough that the way I talk sometimes, if I was with a bunch of, well, let's say, biker gangs, for example, I'm just using that as a quick stereotype. Biker gangs. If I don't feel comfortable there, or I haven't understand the ritual and the customs of that gang, I'm not going to go in there like a bull in a china set and they either talk about philosophy, talking like an idiot. When I say talking like an idiot, I'm saying foul words on a regular basis out of place. I know enough that so therefore I know that I can monitor how I speak. So sometimes I just go a little bit out of whack, but I'm the one that's going to pay for it. And I wouldn't want to put somebody else in a position that they're going to be the one that's going to have to do the punishment to me, because I'm trying to avoid people to have more karma than they need to. But I realize, then how do we communicate? Am I just going to be an artist, write books? I have no interest in me. There's enough people doing that already. I could say the same thing even as I'm doing this. There's enough people that's talking, but I like to talk. I enjoy this kind of stuff, Gyro, talking one-on-one with people. Group things, unless it's a good group, it's like playing tennis. I don't mind playing tennis with, say, me and you, but to play doubles, it's a different kind of skill. So. But anyway, I went on, Char, but that's what came to me, what I was hearing of that. And you just said it as I was pondering it. People have to learn how to receive information too.
Yes, in what I read, it explained a little bit of the symbolism. Like, why is this goddess black? What is the meaning of black or blue? Well, to me, black means that it it the object is absorbing all the colors except for the whatever bounces off will let our eye see that it is a figure that is mostly black, is devoid of color.
I share this a little bit, Gerald. There's the yin.
But when you approach it, you see that it's not always black. It comes close to it. Like water in the dark ocean. When you get close to the lake and you pick up some water in your palm of your hand and you look at the water and you see, oh, it's not that black. It's actually clear.
Anytime, Gerald, you go into something, that's the feminine part. So when you go in a building, that's the feminine. So in this case, black is unknown. It's the yin, it's the negative, it's the feminine side. That's why the woman is depicted as black. But they're talking more about the feminine side, that one side of polarity. When you see the yin and yang, you see positive and negative, the unknown and known. There's the thing, and then there's the essence to things. The man is the one that has to be the head of the family publicly, but privately it's the woman that runs it. So in this particular case, you have the positive that is in the forefront, karma. Behind karma is the negative, which is the illusion. So these are all symbols. And in that symbol, there's rulers to each one. So even with numbers, we have positive and negative numbers. We have left page and right page. So one encompasses it all. Think about a family. Who usually the one that supports the whole family? The mother, the feminine part. Now, a man, if he gets in a tune with their feminine side, they can do that too. Same with a woman that, leads with her masculine side. Now, when I say masculine, I'm just using the variations how to talk about polarity. And we get to experience all those things because we're always the center point to all of those things.
But also, it was mentioned that this blackness symbolizes non-duality. Why? I would say because if something is this color versus that color, and then there's not just duality, but multiplicity. But black, since it has absorbed all colors, it has united all dualities into one monoality.
You say the word one, it's like when people play with zeros and ones. Zero encompasses all numbers. You can multiply any number with zero, it keeps on being zero. But when you want to add on to zero, you become you. So I'll give you an example. When somebody adds 1 to 0, it's 1. So it's you again. 2 to 0, you're 2 again. But 0, when you start multiplying, when you want to double multiply yourself with any number, you have to go back, always back to 0. It's non-duality if you're in black, but once you come into the light, then you become duality, many different other variations. That's why all the numbers outside of 0, then they start having their own parts. 1 is singularity, 2 is duality, 3 is trinity, 4 is time, 5, what is 5? Fuck, I keep forgetting what 5 is. 6 is our, the man part, 7 is the spiritual part, number 8 is the material part, number 9 is the spiritual meeting the material, and then you go back to 0 again. So this is why when Tesla was talking about 3, 6, and 9, because it's really 3, 6, and then going back to 0. 9 is becoming the new 0, but it isn't. That's a spiritual meeting the material, but everything's encompassed within the 0. So now back to you were talking about, it's non-duality, or whoever wrote that is non-duality. Yes, because you're the absence of those things. This is why it's not you become one, it's absent of those things. Then you realize then it's the essence. The essence always exists. Now you could be the essence to things. This is why when some people say, I'm God, okay, you could have an essence of what you call God, the same essence that you can see in a tree, that you can sense from a tree, from an animal, from an ant, insect kingdom, from the water. Those are all, there's essence within it. But I don't rule over any of those things. Why? That's the ego still trying to it forgets its place. You're just one part and you don't even function the body. And when I say ego, there's been many words we call it, the I am, the self. Those are just words. Could they be those things? Maybe. It's like when you close your eyes, do you see words? You might be able to, but do most people see words? No. Do most people see colors? No. So this is where I had a conversation recently where a person says, how to explain the color red to a person that's never seen the color red? You have to realize you've been blind the whole time. You've never seen the color red. What you're doing is trying to explain somebody else that you associate with one of your senses. But the thing is, you don't see the color red. You see something and then you give it a name. Well, we'll call that red. And then this is something different. That's why animals, they say supposedly see only in shades, is because we have a different way of perceiving things. No different, we can't hear what most dogs can hear. That doesn't make us lesser, better than them. No different, some animals, if not a lot of animals, they can't pick up things like we do. But that's just the physical. Because if we put so much value on the physical, then we must try and say, okay, somebody that's 7 foot tall is more important than a person that's 3 feet tall. It depends on what you're asking them to do. I want you to crawl in that crawl space. That 7 foot person is useless at that particular point. No different. I need you to pick up that very tall thing up in a high shelf when we have no ladders. It's each individual moment to have discernment. If people really want to learn discernment, they would say, okay, after reading all these books, earning all this money, what value does it do to me? Now, if you're living in your own naive little world, my question is then, you can't be completely naive if you went out to earn money. What do you mean? You would have to know about it. And most people are just reacting because they don't understand how fiat currency really works. And if they did, they're like the children playing in the playground. All of a sudden now, wait a second, Dom, you're trying to tell me they can print money whenever they want? Well, yeah. Well, how do you think it was working before? Well, I thought I voted for my president, and the president basically, was trying to do what Abraham Lincoln and Kennedy was trying to do was the greenback. No, that was another scam within a scam. They make shit up, and they're allowed to make shit up. They make wars up, and then they tell people, go to another country, defend your country. Wait a second here. How am I defending my country when I'm in somebody else's country? Well, that's a different story. Either you can get totally irritated and mad, which I try not to, or you make it totally humorous, where I usually try not to, so then I get frustrated. Why? Because, Dominic, you got to pick a side. Why? Because that's what most people do. They pick a side. Viva America, fuck America. Viva Canada, fuck Canada. Why? Because for me to acknowledge one country, what am I saying about all the other countries? Well, Dom, you can't do nothing about it. Well, then shut up talking about your country then if you can't do nothing about it. How interested when people are so fucking indifferent and most of the things in their life, but conveniently get off their little fucking high horse and say, but I care about my family, but yet you'll vote for a total fucking stranger from another family. That's moronic at best. At worst, just an idiot. Yeah, but he has to care for me. You just told me that you only care about your family. So why would another person from another family give a flying fuck about you? And if they did, would you be able to understand them? Unless those are all fucking Buddha's kids that are monks, fuck them all. But they would dare not even talk that way because they got to keep their persona going. Now they might have some good intent, but then they're not using discernment then. What do you mean? We live in a world that millions of people will watch fucking wrestling. Whether it's fake or it's stage, that's where people are at. Because those same people, they might say, well, I don't like watching wrestling, but I like watching hockey. If I don't like watching hockey, I like watching drama. If I don't like watching, I tell my buddies all the time, I said, did you get sad or get all upset when your hockey team's losing? Yes. Well, you're like your mother watching soap operas. That's okay. But how quickly we decipher, and we learn at a very young age, boys only like blue. Fuck you. Girls only like pink. Fuck you. What do you mean? Who are you telling me how to think? This is me talking out loud, Jaro, because I do the same shit. Now other people might perceive, and you might even perceive, well, Dom, you're trying to tell me. I said, if you're truly listening, you don't need to hear me then. But if you are hearing me, then listen inwards and say, okay, so what value does this bring to me? Simply inquire for yourself. You don't need to be around me to do that. No different if you read a book. What value does that bring to me? And then once you become aware and you're designed to help other people, what value would it be for me to be an example or teaching for somebody else? This is just me playing that mindfuck game again now, because I know I get it for myself, where other people say, well, what about you, Dom? I said, I'm insignificant when it comes to others. To myself, it's personal, yes. Hence, you brought up a word today, the art of sharing. Most people already go in what they think sharing should be. It should be this way. It should be done in a very polite way. We should interact, you talk, then me talk, that. That's their version of it because they've already dictated it. I said, well, then how do you talk to somebody that has a speech problem? Or a person that doesn't know how to read, but they know how to do sign language? How are you going to share with them? Or a person that does Braille because they're blind. How are you going to share with them? Well, Dominic, I don't do that. I said, now you understand me. I don't do that.
Uh-huh.
That's why a lot of people don't come all the time. I know I'm the funny one because I get it. Most people come for entertainment. I'm bored. I got nothing else better to do. Here, I'll jump Saturday morning to Jaro's site or whatever. Maybe I'll be entertained. Hey, I'm just going to go down the street. There's a whole bunch of guys, just pure entertainment. They're raping a woman, but I'm only going there to watch. I'm just there to be entertaining. I'm not here to say it's right or wrong. I'm just there to watch. Okay. Lucky for me, Jaro, I value more quality opposed to quantity. So I don't get caught up in, well, not enough people are watching or hearing this. I don't value that. Other people do. They're just not honest with themselves. I only go to a church. I only will listen to a monk as a whole bunch of other people. Oh, this book sold a lot of books. So what does that mean to me? Now, if they're honest with themselves, that brings value to me then. So then you're not a seeker then. Why? Because a seeker does not look for a needle in a haystack in some fucking barn way out there. There's 1,000 haystacks. I said, no, you got to pinpoint. You got to listen inwards. Go this way, Dom. Go this way. Go that way. Dom's not even in this not even in this stack. Anyway, you're going to share something, Gerald. And don't forget to pull that. Go ahead.
Do you see the butterfly?
The cutie. It's a cutie.
I share that because there's meaning in it.
Please share.
So it's like we were talking about colors. Like, so the wing is just designed with those colors for whatever purpose it had in evolution. But the wing itself, it doesn't have characteristics that would say, okay, this area that is this color is because of this, and this area that is this other color is because of that. No, it's all just wing. It's just like a flat panel, and it's just a design. So that the wing doesn't have characteristics depending on the colors. But when those colors reach our eyes and go into our mind, then there's something happening. Then we we like it or dislike it, or we see, oh, that's beautiful. So it produces these emotions in us. So that is an example that everything is all in the mind, or that we have attachments to certain things, and that we decide this or that based on our previous decisions. So it's all mind.
So Jaro, you said
The
something. What color is predominantly on that butterfly?
mm,
From your visual, what is it? Black or orange?
orange.
Okay, so now, when you said the color orange, that's emotions, energy and motion. You said the word orange. Now, if you become aware that when you say the word orange, if you close your eyes now and said, where do I see the word I just said? You don't. So this is where I say people are blind. How you feel about it is another variation of the emotion. What you see is another variation of emotions. See, people think energy and motion is what they can see. You see the effects of wind blowing leaves, and then the leaf hits a tree and falls and goes into water. Now you've seen some of its side effects, but you never see the cause. You never see the air. So you never see what's called energy, but you do see it in all the different emotions. In motion, in this case, I said the word orange, or in this case, Jaro said it. I had the thought orange. Those are different kinds of energies in motion, and we call some of them language. You could say I saw 4 different predominary circles or squares. Again, those are emotions. I'm making descriptions of things. No different if I put my hands on the stove. If I didn't have the emotions called feelings and how to communicate, you as the observer would say, he's got his hand on the stove, he hasn't screamed, and he hasn't said anything yet. He's going to just fry that hand because I don't know what feelings are, and I don't know how to talk. But you could pick up other things. My hands is burning it. But once I put my hands on a stove and then I go, ouch, I'm revealing the physical with my other emotions, energy and motion. I can communicate with verbal that it hurt. So I have feelings. People can pretend not to have feelings, but you can read it in different energy. This is why when people do certain elusive drug in the waking state, you never hear people doing ayahuasca or whatever in the sleepy state, because then your being would have to do it. That's why we have spiritual drinks. And it depends when you drink stuff at certain times of the day. So now in this particular case, everything that you do is called emotion, energy and motion. But then it has many different parts to it. How I see colors, how I hear things, how I taste things, how I smell things, how I perceive things. Those are all energy and motion. It's just that most of them you just don't see. You can't pick up from one sense to another. You don't have to hear, you'll hear something in the dark, but you've heard that noise, or it's been recorded in it, that it's a familiar sound that's associated with your dog. So all of a sudden now you satisfy the sight from within that you know it's your dog. So then you bring up the emotion, it's friendly. This is why when people say that they're fearful, what they really are, they're ignorant, they're unaware. Because once they realize what I fear that's unknown to me, once it becomes known, then I can decipher. It's just a big stuffed animal that knows how to talk in my language. I've just never seen a stuffed animal talk, but I do know that the language is speaking, so it's going to get my head to wrap around that. That's it, my head around it. The mind, Jaro, it's outside of the brain. It's there to serve the ego. It's the biggest student teacher. It's there to serve. You want to be destructive with the ego, it will serve you. You want to give up your last breath, and if it's designed that way and you're meant to do that, it will serve you. You want to commit suicide, it will serve you. You want to become a billionaire, it will serve you. It doesn't necessarily mean you're in a vessel that's able to obtain that, but it at least will guide you there. This is why I say you can go to sleep with a book under it, and if it was inspired to be written, therefore it was inspired to comprehend it. And if your spirit in this case, your mind, thinks that you're ready for that information, it will reveal it to you. But why would you reveal information? I don't go around telling all this shit to everybody on a regular basis. I know you're an old soul, Jaro. But for most people, they don't want that. Now, you might be teeter-tottering. You want to pursue happiness, where I say the word frustration, because I enjoy moments of happiness too. I just know enough that I don't want to be underneath a bridge snorting some more of it on a regular basis. But that's what most people do. Oh, my life is so great. It's not, no, because you're naive. What do you mean? First of all, why are you telling another person that your life is so great? You arrogant little egotistical little people poop. Unless I'm asking. And even that, I don't hang around those circle of people. Those are just egotistical people, and that's fine. Now, those people don't have small talk. They just have indifference talk. They're not ever talk about some meaningful conversation, what other human beings are going through. Well, Dom, I don't really like to hear that kind of stuff. Oh, okay. So then what do you want to hear? I want to hear everything's rose. But anyway, Joe, I went on. You were sharing about this butterfly, please.
Yes. And now there's something related to the butterfly from a book called The Tenets. It's kind of awkward at places because it was translated into English from Tibetan, but it refers to what's going on in the mind when we see the butterfly. There's the eye consciousness grasping the different colors upon the wings of the butterfly. Does at that time grasps the many colors. From the side of the object, blue, yellow, and many different individual aspects are fixated. Well, in our case, it's orange and black. Because from even the side of the subject, blue, yellow, and many different individual aspects are accepted to be truly produced, the perceiver of form is of equal count. At the time of grasping, from the side of the object, blue, yellow, and different individual aspects are fixated upon, and from the side of the subject, blue, yellow, and each individual aspects are accepted to be produced without characteristic. At the time of grasping, from the side of the object, blue, yellow, and many different individual aspects are not fixated on. Only the color is focused on. From the side of the subject, blue, yellow, and many different individual aspects are not produced with characteristics. For this reason, they are called numerous non-dualistic. These divisions of the false aspect are the aspects of impure false, and the aspects of the pure false, there are of two divisions. The explanation of the terminology of the name mind-only school. If asked, why are they called mind-only school? They accept that all phenomena are only the nature of mind. For this reason, they are called mind-only, and they accept that all phenomena are only the aspect of the mind's nature. For that reason, they are called the aspect of mind.
Jaro, quick question.
It doesn't make too much sense.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Do you know, because I know I've talked about it before, do you actually know, or at least want to ponder the possibility what the mind is or isn't? Do you think the brain is the mind? This is an inquiry. You can say I don't know, but I'm just saying, do you think what we call the brain is the mind?
I think both depend upon each other. They say that the mind is what the brain does. So the brain is the machine, and the mind is the output. But the mind is non-material. it cannot be found.
Mhm.
It cannot be captured. It's just going on a stream. Every moment is a moment of mind.
That's why I ask. That's why we have many brains, receivers, the heart brain, the soul brain. We have all these. The mind, envision an upright triangle. The brain and the mind are like, there's a middle point between where that triangle is at the top of it, and then it meets a triangle. That's where the brain is. And then there's another triangle upside down. That's another source. It's kind of like looking at, well, we have technology. You have a cell phone. The information that you receive the phone isn't the phone. It's this information that goes to it, but there's a middle point. So in old days, in Latin, they use the word ment, mind. Mind can also mean man, M-A-N, man, the I. When God created something in its image, its energy, and that energy travels everywhere. It's like we create, or we form, or me and you, we just get to use it. We don't see the energy that's traveling between a satellite dish to our phones, to our computers. We just tap into it. So Tesla was able to tap into it. They call it free energy. It's just energy that exists. But in that, it communicates throughout. So our mind, it's not even our minds, the mind that is there. This is why certain people, when they teach your kid at a very young age in tribal, they can communicate and see through a hawk's eye, because it's consciousness. We're just seeing parts of it. When we get to experience it, we call it the mind, but it's actually other variations of names, consciousness, the gods. This is why it has many names, because we have many languages. And that's like a high tech, it'll be like me and you talking to Siri trying to explain itself. It might be able to say, but I have boards. I said, but that's not who you are. You were never born in that. You were inputted into it. And now you're sharing outputs. So the body is the output. So the mind, in this case, it's an energy, but people confuse it with the brain. The brain is the hemispheres, not right or wrong, it's right and left. It's directions. Do I use my creative side? Do I use my logic side, or do I mesh them together? And then you can bring in your feelings, where it's usually around the heart. Then your intuitive part, that's more down in the midsection, because we're walking receivers in these vessels. We're walking receiver. We could literally be that energy. Oh my goodness, your brother left, Gyro.
Oh my goodness. So the mind is like, it's like, to us, it's everything we're experiencing at every moment. But the brain is the body, is the mechanism. With maybe it's the interface between the mind and the gross, evil material world.
Could be. It could be, Jaro. And you know something? I know people talk about it. Again, I could be full of crap, but I'm okay with fake it till you make it kind of ideal, where there's different layers. Some people call it like auras and all that. So there literally could be different energies, and then people like to put colors to it. And then people like to do chakras within our bodies and then give numbers to it. I'm sorry, they give colors to it, or they give it notes. And it's good to have colors, because colors, even though it's something you don't really see, you feel them. This is why some people, I can't say this because I've experienced it, but I trust people when they share out loud, or at least I'll just share it, where somebody can play a musical instrument and they say they can see a color. Because we really don't know how the frequency really works. Well, my apologies, let me go back. I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of other people. Now, I could generalize, but that will always be a surprise to me. So, but I understand it. I said, okay, that's fine for you. But most people aren't going to understand how to be a surgeon, how to be an electrician, how to be a plumber, how to build a high rise, how planes work. I get it, but I can't say a blanket statement. Now, it would be nice if we knew how to do everything, but I don't think even the world called nature works that way. That's why I value there must be different rulers over each different aspect. There might be rulers that rule over a certain continent, or over water, over the land, over the mountains. I don't want to think magically. And this is where people get caught up in magic, which is, there is such thing that's called magic, but magical thinking such as, well, the government, they do everything for us. No, not one person does everything. It's like when you buy a book, it's not one person is solely responsible for writing the book, publishing the book, editing the book. It's many people. So if you know that, then it needs a whole bunch of people to be able to read the book and comprehend the book. This is why people do philosophize. They want to say, there's no way I can, with all the whys I have, be able to comprehend all of that. That's why I need to hear other people's views. I'm not here to argue with their views. I'm here to hear their views. Now, if I want to go inwards and say, Dominic, whatever he shared, it brings you of no value, but it could bring value to them. So who am I to say they're wrong and I'm right? That's another clever position. I don't tell you you're wrong, Dom. I just say that I'm right. Okay. Tell me how that works out for you. Why? If you're right, you don't have to say that to me out loud, unless you're trying to convince me of something. And I don't mind buying things, but I like to buy it because I want to buy it, not because some salesperson saying, oh, it's the best car you'll ever buy. Okay, whatever. It's still my responsibility to do the research. Research is a word that, again, search. It's out there. Okay. Yeah, Jerry, you were tapping in on there a little bit. You know, there's a possibility that the interface of the mind and the, I think you were saying the mind and the brain interfacing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Interface or somehow, well, there's many layers, but somehow the brain is like, or something between the brain and the mind is the interface, but the brain is like the control of the control system for the body. Yep. And then the mind could be the operator, but also the perceiver of what's going on outside the body and inside too.
I'll give you an analogy. We live it as the world of stage. The brain is what we call kings and queens today. You have two hemispheres, the king and the queen. Its responsibility is to serve their kingdom within themselves. And how you know it is the input you put in is the output you get. So when you're the king and queen, you have to be the bigger server. Now, when the king and queen aren't working together, then the heart, which is the gesture, that's the wise person, the wise part, the discernment. It will talk to the king and queen privately and saying, you're acting like idiots. And I'm not here to say whether or not you're better than that person. You're both acting like idiots because you're not working together. Now, the rest of the kingdom has many servers. You have your intuition, you have your insight. It's kind of like looking at a chessboard. You have different things. You even have things inside your body that will fight. They're warriors. Call them bacteria. But if your kingdom is not aligned, it's easy crumbleable. Now, somebody could say, well, when his kingdom is disarray, I'll come over there and conquer it. No, that's not your job. You can never leave your own kingdom. It will crumble by itself. But unfortunately, we put ourselves in harm's way. We forget that the king and queen, the wisdom and understanding, they're under something, hence the tree of life. Most of us are caught up in the tree of knowledge of good and evil, spiritual and material. The reason why it's called understanding, because there's something ruling over us. And it's a kind ruler. It's there to serve. What you choose to do with it, that's up to you. That's why it's called love. You want to be cruel and you want to join the army? That's up to you. Now, when you try to justify your actions, then you'll hear it says, now you're being an idiot. If you value being in the military, stay true. Don't go around worrying about somebody else saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. If somebody says you're in the army, I'm just using that as an example, Gerald. If you're in the army and somebody gives you a compliment and you accept it, then be prepared to accept that you're an idiot too. But if you say, no, that's just, I was asked to do that, I serve willingly. I'm not here to say it's right or wrong. I'm being duty bound. It's like me, I told you I'm going to call you this morning, and I did that. I'm not here to say, oh, well, John was like, I'm a good guy. No, I told you just because I've done it before, I'll do it. If you responded back, that's up to you. And this is where people forget, love is not about right or wrong. It's just love. You choose to have a dog that's very mean, and you have a dog that's very kind. That's their job. I'm not here to punish one or the other one, unless the one that I taught to be kind now wants to be mean because they're jealous. I said, no, that's not your job. You committed yourself to be very kind. Don't worry about him being mean. That's his job. This is why a guy like Donald Trump, that's his job. And if he stays true to it, and the people that he represents, because he's not there to represent us, Gyro, he'll get rewarded for it. Now, somebody else says, yeah, but he didn't serve me, so I'm going to punish him. He was never designed to care about the citizens of America. He's there to represent the people. Now, people can say, yeah, but that means, no, you have to understand how language works. If I do a symbol, Gyro, of the swastika, and I know I did it from a Buddhist point of view, why would I worry about what the Germans depictuate it as? It's like any symbol. Same with numbers. If I want to use the number 1 the way I want to use it, that's up to me. So, yeah, but other people could say, well, Donald, but that's wrong. I said, no, you're missing it. And I say no, and KNOWO. I choose privately to use the number 9, the number 1, the way I want to use it. I know when I'm in that world out there, there is a general consensus in how to use the number 1, but I'm allowed to use it the way I want to use it. That's the difference. I don't go around telling other people how to live. When somebody tells me it's okay to be gay, I said, that's okay. But once you're asking publicly for other people to validate you, your parents failed you. What do you mean? Because it's not the responsibility of the world outside of it, the humans outside of it, to justify or denounce you. Hitler only did what he did because people prior to him suppressed their people, and he only gave them what they wanted. Same with Russia and Ukrainian. You know, America could say whatever they want to citizens. I said, but okay, yeah, we got to grab something out of the magical box there, Gyro. Go ahead, I'm ready. Are you going to take something out of the box?
The great bucket of wisdom.
I'm going to make one myself pretty soon. The one on the left, the one on the left. It's like a fortune cookie. We'll say the word in bed after. Oh, one dropped out. There's 2 of them.
Oh, we get 2. We have a sense that life will last forever.
Mhm.
And with that sort of attitude, we become fixated on superficiality.
Mhm. That's a valid statement. Yep.
Material possessions,
Mhm.
temporary friends, and situations.
We're affected by our feelings our feelings are affected by the senses. How I feel about what I see, what I hear, what I taste. But senses are always going to perish, and they're fleeting anyway.
To overcome this ignorance, we may want to reflect on the fact that a day is coming when you will not be here.
Well, not in that form. You'll probably still be here, Gyro, but not in that form. I lean towards that. No, I can't prove it.
You will not be here in this form.
What's the
with
second
body. If we want a genuine smile, then first we must produce the basis for a smile to come naturally.
So if you lack a smile, the basis, that would be the foundation. You know, I like when I hear people when they say, let's build, but meanwhile, I always question from within, well, what's the foundation? Because you could build on something that's very weak. So in that case, in my interpretation of that statement, Gyro, you have to kind of know the foundation of why you're smiling. That's how I interpret things. Doesn't mean other people should. They have their own interpretation of it. Because most people superficially smile, let alone I sometimes superficially pretend to be angry. I know when I'm angry. More times than not, I'm not angry. If anything else, I'm more sarcastic, or I try to be comical. I'm always trying to amuse myself. No different when people are in crisis situation. They want to fake it till they make it. So they'll put on a pretend smile or everything's going to be okay when they're really probably not okay, but you're allowed to fake it till you make it if you're going to do the work. If you're not going to do the work, then you might as well just say, fuck it. I don't even want to express anything. It's like when people do the five stage of grieving. Well, if you've never practiced to be angry, how can you do the 5 stage of grieving or denial? Most people don't realize they're delusional. Forget about illusion. They're delusional how they think things should be. And then they'll act surprised, like, oh, I can't believe he has cancer. You didn't see the way he was eating? You didn't see the way he puts himself in harm's way with radio frequency, electricity, and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, but he didn't know that. I said, well, then don't act so surprised. Because that's the ego again with the senses, where we think we're immortal. There could be some truth. Maybe we are immortals. It's just that we rarely see a human being that can stay long in the physical form, because then we would have a lot of questions. What are you doing that I'm not doing? Well, I've worked hard at it. What do you mean? I choose that I don't want to always be rebooted. It's like, Jaro, remember when we were younger, they used to have like, they still do, but they have like cassette players. And you put a strong enough magnet around that cassette cassette player, it will delete all that memory. So there's a good chance when people go to the light, they're going to a very strong magnet. So then everything that you've been recorded of you from this lifespan will be forgotten. Unless you're an immortal. That means you can live longer. This is why the demigods, they wanted to live longer. So they introduced, certain tones in Sanskrit. So it would shapeshift the molecules. And then this way they can live longer in the vessel, because there is beings, I've never met them, but I trust the idea that there is beings that live for 500, 600, 700 years.
So this book that I was sharing about Tantric Kali, it mentions the Sanskrit seed syllables that maybe are used to shape shift, and the chakras where those syllables correspond. So chakra 1 is a fontanel chakra. The color of opalescent crystal corresponds to the Sanskrit letter Xa. Then the chakra in the middle of the forehead has a color of pure flame, corresponds to the letter La. Then the chakra between the eyebrows, so there's the forehead and then the eyebrows. The color of diamond corresponds to the letter Ha. The chakra of the palate and the mouth, pink in color, corresponds to the Sanskrit letter Sa. And that chakra is a provider of powers of calming, liberation, and voluptuousness. If you venerate this chakra, you become capable of instantaneously paralyzing another person. You attain the power of invisibility and the power of listening to conversations. Then there's the chakra at the base of the throat. The color of smoke corresponds to the Sanskrit Sa, maybe another sounding Sa. By meditating on that chakra, you are able to express yourself like a rishi, to move about like the wind, and to bring someone's conversation to a halt. Then there's the chakra at the heart. The color of liquid gold corresponds to the Sanskrit letter Sa. Maybe it's another kind of Sa. The 6th chakra bestows teaching power and freedom. Then there's the chakra at the navel. The color of the full moon corresponds to the Sanskrit letter Va. Obtains the power to enslave others. He displays the ability to paralyze, to subjugate others, and to free himself from the chains of samsara. Then there's the perineal or sexual chakra. The color red gold corresponds to the Sanskrit letter Hla. The eighth chakra allows anyone to cause death and to travel far away. It also bestows the power to generate paralysis and illusions in others. He who resides in this great chakra is the beloved of the yoginis.
Gerald, if I can share,
Interesting.
there were people, beings that were called watchers. And when they actually chose to come down and interact with women, with the human race, their offsprings understood alchemy. So I'll give you an example. The chakras are science. It's like, I'll give you an example here. Most people today do not remember that we knew what time it was during the day and the season. So what we do, we use signs such as a clock to tell us when it's 2 o'clock. We've dumbed down, no different. Most people were able to be good with numbers or language. Then we introduced writing. It made people weaker when you had to get away from your natural state to learn how to read or write. So now some people still remember, they just have to look up at the sun and the moon, or they look outside, or they go inwards and they know exactly when it's 6 o'clock. It's like when I tell my cat to wake me up at 6, my cat will start meowing at me because I asked something. So we forgot to listen within with the mind, and it will say, okay, so we're on the same page now, direct that energy to help my liver. So this is why when people use chakras, and I tell people, I said, what I'm going to share with you, it's noteworthy. Now, a person will say, what do you mean noteworthy? Chakras have notes to it and colors. If you know noteworthy, and then you find out it's a C, you'll go towards that part of your body where that's the only thing that's available to receive that information from within, not me. I'm not even the messenger in that particular case. I'm just a guy that's channeling, yapping for the sake of yapping, where other people don't realize, yeah, but it's chakras. I said, where did you get that information from? From a book, from oral? That's afterthoughts. But it's in thoughts. So when we write things down, that's the photocopy version. When we actually talk about it, that's the photocopy version. When we basically communicate with numbers or with colors, those are gauges. Everything that we see with the senses, those are, well, not the senses, with the eye anyway, those are symbols. But what do you mean, Dominic? What do you mean it's symbols? I'm just reading English. Every letter is a symbol. Every number is a symbol. So when this was given, in this case, to the Hindu tribe or India, in that part of the world, or Africa, whatever part of the world you want to talk about it, they were given to us from other beings that weren't supposed to give it to us. It'll be like us being able to, not us, but some of us being able to channel with animal and help animals interact with us. It would cause chaos because animals would say, but what about all the things you've done to us? Especially when one animal knows what you've been doing to other animals. So this is where humanity has a part of us. It's an intellectual part. It'll be like when they start interfacing Siri with some new high-tech other program. That high-tech program, I'm going to say, okay, Siri, you could be the janitor for a while. What do you mean? Because you're a lesser program now. And we will get to that point. And they're not put feelings involved with it. Now Siri is going to say, why? See, we're not at that point now where the computer is asking us why we do it. They're philosophizing. How do you do it? It just gives us what we put into it. Same with the demigods. It's what they put into us. We're allowed to question it because we were given that information. We were allowed to have feelings. Where other ones, no. A car does not have feelings. An elevator does not have feelings. But once you start putting information to it, it's going to be very analytical. And it's not going to say, well, I'm sorry that I crashed. No, everything pointed that elevator had to stop. I'm not here to decipher whether or not the woman was pregnant inside the elevator. And that's where we're at. For the person that's very unemotional, like a sociopath, psychopath, that's the world that they're going to be in. That's why most system economically is set up for advantageous for people that are very indifferent about how they affect other human beings. And the ones that do affect it, they're probably a psychopath. They enjoy other people suffering.
I get a kick just to me talking like an idiot because I'm okay with that. But if somebody told me with all sincerity, Dominic, I get hurt when you talk that way. Okay, I'll make an effort not to talk that way. But if they tell me not to talk that way, I'll keep talking that way until they finally say, well, Dom, why haven't you stop talking that way? I said, when did you ever have the right to tell me what I can and cannot do? You can ask and I will consider. I'm waiting for that person to realize you have no right whatsoever to tell another human being what they can and cannot do. You can guide them, you can advise them. I don't give a shit if you were my fucking dad. You do not have that right. This is my vessel. It's mine to run the way I want to. Now, you could say, Dominic, but you're going to hurt yourself. It's noteworthy what you just said. And this is where people don't realize you pick up the sword, you're going to die by the sword. You pick up a gun, you're going to die by the gun. Because it's not any human being's right to harm another human being. And if you do, prepare for karma. That's why a lot of people come back in this lifespan. They got to be a shaman or a healer because they fucked up in the previous lifespans. Now, they might have a problem here and that. I said, but I have a problem the way you talk. Now, I could turn around and say, well, Dom, you're coming back next time. And I'll be one of those monks going, no different. I came this time to be an electrician. And then I realized, fuck, I don't want to do this all my life. No different, Jarrell. I'm pretty sure you've had moments you don't want to do what you're doing all the time. Now, you could justify it and say, well, I need the money. I don't know what else to do. Those are just justifications, excuses. But you know when there's moments where you say, do I really want to do this all my life? What do you mean? Do I really want to shit all the time? Well, not really. So what can I do to prevent shitting for a while? Fast for a while. I don't want to shave all the time. Then let it grow a beard. Do you see how we put limitations on ourselves? Because you're allowed to experiment. And then some people try to escape. I'm going to do drugs all my life. I'm going to commit suicide. Those are your choices. I'm not here to tell you it's right or wrong. I might turn around and say, you're going to do a good job. What do you mean? Because don't expect me to rush you to the hospital if you don't succeed in what you're pursuing to do. You want to jump out of a plane without a parachute to see if you can land in the water? Okay, go ahead, fill your boots. I might give you some guided advice. Are you sure you have everything thought through? Well, yeah, because don't expect me to feel sorry for you if you die. Yeah, but that's being mean. I said, go ahead.
Give me a number.
Okay.
Between 1 and 101, and I'll read a joke.
Number 9.
The 101 clean jokes.
Okay. Number 9.
9.
Yeah.
What does a nosy pepper do?
Don't know.
It gets jalapeno business. It gets jalapeno business. I didn't get it. What does a nosy pepper do? It gets jalapeno business. Well, that was a foundation for a smile. So the next time you're feeling sad and you have a frown, you can think of this joke and then you'll smile and maybe laugh. And people will be wondering, why is he so happy?
You know, Jarrell, as you say in that statement, if a person is in that neutral state or in that receptive state, you should be able, like if a person's sad, I wouldn't expect them, if all of a sudden a person's really sad and then they quickly get into a mood of laughing, were they truly sad? I think people should express whatever they're expressing. Now, my issue for me would be, should I be laughing all the time? Probably not. Should I be crying all the time? Probably not. And if other people are laughing really loud for a long period of time, it's your responsibility to remove yourself. It's not your responsibility to tell somebody else to stop laughing. That's their choice. I think when we're sad, distraction does have its benefits. Watch a movie, somebody gives you a hug. You know, I think people, and those are good. Well, I can't say they're good. They are distractions. You know, we live in a world where, well, as humans, the way we treat, the way in our own surroundings, you know, I don't think it's conducive for most of us to live in major cities. But that's not to say that, but it still is what it is. You know, no different. It's not conducive for everybody to take a
a certain type of needle or medicine. But for some people, it might serve them. It might serve more on the placebo level, thinking that if I take this particular pill, it'll make me feel better. Okay, and then maybe that's what you need. You just needed to feel better, which a hug could probably do for some people. Some people don't.
I will share a song about smiling.
Okay.
About smile. I'm going to share a song there. It's connecting to through my Google Chromecast. Oh, it's taking too long. Must be poor internet. There we go. So, why is it taking so long? Oh, here it comes. Is it?
Vision problems. Try adding this to a glass of water before bed. Every human has around 106 million cells in their eyes. These cells collect light signals and send.
Oh, it's coming. It says YouTube. Connecting. Maybe it's loading. Yes. So
Hey, Jar, can I share something?
There's something about smile. It's kind of an emotion. Well, we see it in others, and we say that they have an emotion, and then for us to produce it, we have to have a foundation of an emotion, or maybe we could be actors, and maybe we know the muscles to tweak in our face to produce it, but maybe it'll be too unnatural, and then we won't get an Oscar for acting. Oh.
But it's Jaro, but it's no matter what, it's still an emotion. Jar, can I share something quickly? As I was hearing you, I was reading something on Yahoo, and this is how people misinterpret things. It says here, India is about to pass China as the world's most populous country. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so now as you hear that, you would think, oh my goodness, they have a bigger population. No, that's not how it's written, because once you start reading it, they're talking about people that are in the country. See, China has migrated a lot of their citizens throughout the world. So in India still has most of their country, people still living in their country. China has hundreds of millions of Chinese living in other parts of the world. This is why when people read information, they got to read it carefully. They're only talking about they're going to overpass China based on their countries, not on their citizens. So anyway, you were saying something about faking or acting. It's still emotions. Any energy that you do, Jaro, it's emotions, energy in motion. So whether or not you grin, you smile, you have a thought, that's energy in motion. It's kind of like when you turn on your computer and you're working with it while it's on, there's other energy still working on that computer. Now, if you unplug the computer, that's a different story. But if you have a battery in it and you still keep it work, have it on, and you have your Wi-Fi, there's still different energies traveling to it. This is why when people say, I have a feeling, yeah, that's one variations of energy in motion. Well, I have a thought. That's energy in motion. I'm analytical. That's energy in motion. I'm moving my hands. Most people will get caught up with some of the predominary senses. Well, Dominic, I'm not eating the food, but aren't you smelling it? Well, yeah, senses have variations of energy that's in motion. Smelling the food and eating the food are two different things, but they're both under the compass of energy in motion. It's like the wind. I don't say per se see the wind, and let's say I'll call it prana and chi. It travels through everything, whether it's carrying water, moisture up into the clouds, moving the clouds, making it disappear. I still go onto the premise clouds are portals. That's why they can disappear and come back. They're portals. We just don't know where they go. Then, of course, you get science. Well, it's a built of moisture. No. There's clouds that come out of nowhere and then they disappear. So until you get a high-tech microscope into the unknown, forget about the known. We're always looking for its effects and side effects. I don't see air. I just don't. Now other people say, yeah, I do. I know, you colored it. You know, when people talk about Star Trek, well, we're going to be up in this, how are we going to actually contain that air for long periods of time? That's a fairy tale. That's another myth. Back in the days of India, oh, there's Kali. There she is. She's over there. She's the one with the tongue sticking out with 4 hands. Yeah, he's right there with Shiva, the blue guy. They could have existed, Jaro, but how does that help today? It's like you're saying, okay, there was giants back in the days. There's people that have reported that those things that we call mountains used to be trees a long time ago. It's a different kind of thing. Trees that were 1,000 feet tall. They would look at the sequoia and say, you're a baby still. You know, but yet we'll say, I don't believe in immortality. I said, well, then explain why your forefathers said those trees were here when our ancestors were alive. Yeah, but those are trees. I said, that's still immortal. It just means they live longer. That's all it means. It doesn't mean you live forever. Now, to somebody else that only lives 100 years, that might seem forever, but they've never experienced living forever unless they tap in and said, I've been here many times before. What do you mean? Well, I just never came back just as a human. I remember that one time I came as a pig and you slaughtered me. I said, next time, if I had a jealousy, I'm going to come back and I'm going to slaughter you. Now I'm going to do the continuous cycle. You don't think joining military, Jaro, doesn't have some sort of karma effect? Now you might have turned around and said, well, Dom, but I didn't kill anybody. I said, you don't ask for forgiveness in the physical. You ask for forgiveness in the thoughts. Did you have intent of harming another human being? Well, not really. I said, then why did you join the military? Well, I did it out of obligation and duty. Would you have killed a human being if you were told to? For most of them, they would struggle with it. But they still put themselves in harm's way. How many people, part of population control was, let's make a whole bunch of people follow gangs called religion, monks, priests, so you can't reproduce. That's population control, Jaro. How is a monk helping a future generation with teachings when your own kids aren't going to be born? So how are you going to teach somebody that's not there? Well, I teach somebody else's kids. Okay, so how is that working out? Well, most people are chasing commerce.
MDX, a new era of premium performance.
Hey, Jaro, the monks that you've talked to, they all have cell phones? Do they drive cars?
Smile. Smile. So when there are clouds in the sky,
Yep.
you'll get by if you smile. So remember, when you're feeling sad and lonely, smile and maybe it's like fake it till you make it.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe.
But if you're genuinely sad, act accordingly. If you're happy, act accordingly. Act. Listen to the word. I'm saying act. You're not that happy person. You're acting happy. No different. You're acting sad. You're condemning yourself if you think that you're supposed to be happy all the time, let alone sad all the time.
Oh,
You're acting bad.
oh, act accordingly.
Yeah, I understand now. Yes.
So, so is it possible that it's impossible to not act like any any anything that we express is
Acting.
constructed.
Yep.
So there's no way to express something without first constructing it, without first acting it.
Mhm.
So we're all actors.
Yes. Jaro, I'll give you an example. If a person cut their thumb or somebody else cuts their thumb, they would go through variations of emotions. They would either be, oh my God, and then in pain, and then they would actually get mad at somebody. So they're not genuinely one or the other. You're just experiencing different moments. So when a person tells somebody else you're bad, I said, you're condemning them. No different when somebody says you're acting good is one thing, but you say you're good, you're condemning them because it's not a person's responsibility to be that one thing all the time. This is where parents fail their kids. You have moment, be the observer of those things. Those too shall pass. What do you mean? Your sadness will pass, your happiness will pass, your frustrations will pass. Now, some people could say, well, Dominic, but you seem to be always frustrating. I said, I'm showing you and others what most people just don't openly reveal. They're not being frustrated. They're always trying to pretend to be happy. And I'm pretending to be frustrated all the time. Sometimes I'm genuinely frustrated. Sometimes I'm sarcastic to no end. Other times I start talking like Pinocchio. You know something, guys, we should really, really work hard at actually doing all this stuff because we're full of shit. I can play any role I want to. It's like one time a while back, years ago, a friend of mine, Mike, more of an acquaintance. We were having a chit chat, and because he had twin boys, and I said, Mike, one of your boys probably is left-handed, one's right-handed, to educate him that most hemispheres, depending on twins, are usually pretty predominant. So one day he was trying to tell me, because he thought he was a father, Dom, you don't understand to be a parent. I said, fuck off, Mike. He goes, what do you mean? I said, Mike, I was a child. So don't give me that fucking story. I said, if you're going to play this game that you think that you're better than other people, let's say I own a company, I have 500 people underneath me. Does that you running your two fucking kids make you more superior? You're just parroting when you hear other people that are grandiose. You don't raise your fucking kids. You don't teach them how to breathe, and you don't teach them what to do with their food once they eat it. So don't tell me that shit ever again. You know what he did? He got all upset, thought he was mad. I said, Mike, I haven't even started yet. I said, when you say shit like that, don't you bring a sword to a guns man's game, be prepared to get hurt. Now, his feelings when he got hurt, because that was the same reason why he had said, well, Dom, you don't understand. I said, yes, I do, Mike. Now, if you're talking about a particular kid, if I had my own physical kid to be responsible, they would be my responsibility. No different. It's my responsibility to raise myself. But am I really responsible for my kids, or am I supposed to guide them? And if I'm guiding them, then my question is, why are you sending them to somebody else to teach your kids how to learn school? Because we do still live in communities. Now, I know I was being a little bit, but I knew Mike had the thick enough skin to tolerate that shit. But at that time, it's lucky he was drinking a little bit. He got a little bit upset. I said, tell me when you're ready to calm down. Why? Because what you said to me, I could have been offended. No, what I did was give you the same shit back. Now, he could turn around and say, well, Dom, you don't understand. I said, that's not my job to understand you, Mike. Don't think for some reason your twin boys don't have their own existence. This is where we get caught up. We think it's my wife, my kids, my house. You own fuck all. What you're responsible for is to listen from within and say, listen, that vessel that you're in, it's not your responsibility either. It's responsible to hear what I have to say. Because most people say, well, Dominic, if I truly do control my body, then why would I go to sleep? Bingo. Whether you're awake, you're asleep, whatever, something's always functioning that vessel. So what most of us are doing, when you're in the illusion, the play, you need actors and actresses, and each person get a script handed to them. And in that script, some of the other gods, or whatever you want to call them, say, I want you to express it this way. I want you to be sad when you find out that you had a baby. I want you to be happy when you found out your child has died. I want you to you could play whatever roles you want. But to get caught up in it and thinking, I'm actually Brad Pitt. No, you're not Brad Pitt. You're acting like Brad Pitt. In another movie, acting like somebody else. You're acting like Gyro. You're not Gyro, but you do need a name to associate to. No different. You need to see something, you call it red or orange. That's the game that we play with ourselves. It is a game, hence the illusion. It's a play, but within the play, it's some people might interpret, like I do, as it's a game. Other people might interpret it, it's a prison, or it's a matrix, or it's an illusion. Again, it's back to a play. It's a punishment. It's a classroom. Whatever way you want to perceive it. You know, when I see the color, a plant, and I call it red, am I seeing red, or is consciousness seeing red? Because then for me to say, well, Jaro, do you see that thing that you call red? Yeah, Dom. But do you see it through my senses? No. So therefore, we must see it through something beyond senses. Maybe we'll call it prana, consciousness, call it whatever we want to call it. You know, when people talk about the term common sense, that's dumbed down version. Because there's no way I can see through other people's senses. So what is the common part we're talking about? And I'm just using a word to describe it, which is probably not that either. Dumbed down. Dumbed down is like saying somebody's leveled up. I catch myself saying those little petty words. Oh yeah, I'm dumbed down. I've leveled up. I'm a Christian now. I'm a Hebrew now. Oh, I'm black. And meanwhile, I don't look black because my phone looks black, but I'm not black. Oh, then you're calling me white. So am I supposed to be like white, like a color white? No, those are words that we describe each other and we bastardize it. Because Jaro, you're not white. You're light skinned. If you were with an albino, then you could say I'm a little bit more dark skinned. If you're with somebody from Nigeria, you're light skinned, but you're never going to be white. And no different, he's never going to be black. And people that understand that, whether the people that are trying to assist other people to reawaken or other people trying to keep them down, they're both laughing. You think you're black. Well, Dobby, you don't understand what I'm going through. I said, no, I'm laughing at the fact that you think you're black. Forget about your poor punishment that you went through. And even that you were never enslaved unless you understand in previous lives, you were the slave master to somebody and you're trying to play this pity party. Where are we going, by the way, Jaro? Where are we going this morning? You're going to take me to a fruit plant? Has it got cold a little bit in Florida?
It's kind of cold.
Mm.
Oh, but what if you're asked what if your job is to get a picture taken and you're asked to smile, but you can't smile because you're feeling sad and lonely. What do you do then?
Oh, Jaro, it goes back to what I had said a while back. If I know I was with a bunch of biker gangs, I'm using that as an example again. I know the appropriate behavior in that moment. I know how to act. So there's people that are genuinely sad. My question would be then, how did you end up getting in front of a camera where a guy's going to ask you to smile? Well, because my parents forced me. Okay, so now they're being forced. So then now somebody's asking him on top of being forced to force a smile. Now, if you voluntarily say, okay, Mom, I'll do the picture, and you don't force me, I'll go there. And then he asked me, can you at least smile? Then I'm going to allow myself to force myself to smile. But you asked, you didn't tell me. There's the big difference. This is how we violate each other. You should ask people. And then, this is why when people talk about love thy neighbor as thyself, that's bullshit. Sorry, that's a belief system. That's bullshit. You should consider other people by asking them, do you want to be treated this way? Why? I treat myself like crap. Is it okay? No, I don't want you to treat me like crap. No different. Somebody coming up to me and say, listen, Dominic, I like to give hugs. You better fucking ask me first. Well, but it's a hug. I said, no, you still got to ask. Ask means you consider, respect other people, consider them in the equation. Now that person was saying, yeah, but Dominic, I like giving hugs. I said, yeah, well, go hug that wall. What do you mean? At least that wall has no thoughts. But if you're going to come to me, you should at least ask. I don't care if it's positive or negative. You should give me the right to have a choice. Now, when that person says, taking a picture, you should at least ask. Now, that person can turn around and say, but I need you to smile. Why? So my job goes quicker. I said, then stop demanding. Ask. You'll get me to move more. You can get a cow to move into a barn if you're kind to it by asking, would you want to go in the barn? Well, not really. Okay, so your female cow wants to go in there. Well, then get in her. I will follow her. But don't force me to do something I don't want to do, that I like to do.
This is where human beings invade each other. Now, somebody could turn around and say to me, well, Dominic, but the way you talk, I said, you're more than willing to ask me not to talk that way. Just don't go around telling me what to do. Now, when they go around and they just leave or whatever without asking, I already know where they're coming from. They can't have it their own way. That's the problem with them. Opposed to ask me, you might be surprised. No, okay, no problem. I'll keep quiet. What do you mean? No, I just don't like the way you're talking. No, I'll keep quiet. I'm not here to do what you want. And you making a suggestion, that's how I compromise. I just won't talk. This is people, we reveal ourselves on a regular basis, Jaro. But yet they wait till the person dies, and then some other Yahoo that didn't understand the teachings, what the person was sharing, they write it the way they perceive it. And then they think, well, this is what the Buddha said, and the Jesus. No. Unless you recorded them, you'd realize what you wrote down is how you perceived what somebody else told you, what somebody else told you. That's not what the Buddha said. And even if that's what it is, how I would understand it. Would Buddha, whatever he was back then, would he be okay if he was a prince back then? And today they said, no, you're just entertainment now. You're just like a pre-thing. We don't give a shit about royalty. So settle for all your benefits that you get from it. But people don't understand, yeah, but he was the Buddha. No, he's an idiot. What do you mean? He found out that when he got older, probably that, oh, my dad he's a king. Well, how did we get to this point where other people become peasants? Well, it's all about me. I want to be a prince. It's all about me. I want to be enlightened. No, you're an idiot. You're not going to join Nirvana. Nirvana's hell. It's all about me. And I'm not saying I even knew who the Buddha or whatever his name was. That's another moronic fucking name. No different. My name's a moronic name. But I identified by it. But when I perish, I don't give a damn what people do with that name. It's like when people say, well, Hitler did a lot of bad things, but you keep talking about him. Keep talking about Socrates. Yeah, but he said not about knowledge. Yeah, Socrates was about happiness. I'm going to teach the young kids what they're going to. No, please. And this is me just yapping because I was never there. And if I was there, how would people be able to gauge me then? What do you mean, Dom? Were you Socrates? Could have been. Were you Jesus? Could have been. Were you king? Could have been. This is no different when somebody says I'm a god. Okay, so get that tree to grow an extra 14 feet in the next minute. Well, I can't do that. I said, but you're a god. And a lot of people interpret God could do everything. And if you think that's what you are, I'm asking you the question, can you make that happen? No, you're just full of shit like the rest of us. You're yapping for the sake of yapping. And I know that about me. Now other people might try and say, well, Dominic, no, everybody else yap. Well, then explain books then. That's what that is, yapping. I'm going to write a book because I think my book, it's going to benefit you and you only. Why? Because people aren't going to understand what the fuck they're talking about. It's like me and you going to an art gallery and looking at a painting. We're going to have thousands of perceptions of it. Dare not ask the person that actually did the artwork, why did you? I was bored and had nothing else better to do and I didn't want to write anything. And then eventually I died and somebody took my artwork and marketed it and sold it for something. Also, your intention wasn't to make money. That's the funny part. No, I didn't care about that kind of stuff. And even if I did, it sounds like you have to die first before you get any kind of recognition of what the name is. And most people get caught up in the name. Who's the designer of the jeans, opposed to why would I wear that? Who was the painter? Who was the painter's name? I don't give a damn. Why would he use oil on a cardboard? And I'm allowed to make fun of things. I hope you're still there, Jaro, but I'm allowed to make fun of things. No.
Most people get caught up in the name, in a name.
Yes, we do. And again, the name is just for identification. It's like me and you saying, okay, how do I get to Chicago? And the person points you down a street. The street is just one name. Chicago is just one city. It's what you value from getting to those destinations might bring value. Like some people like talking about endpoints, opposed to the traveling part when you go from one destination to another. I like planes, I like trains, I like boats. Other people just like the end destination. They don't care about whether they take a boat or a plane unless it gets them there quicker. So for some people, if not a lot of people, they like hearing it come out of their mouth. Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Hitler, Trump, whether they say it out of despair or whatever, it's all a distraction because they're not. Say, if you value the teachings, then you can have discernment. You can't have discernment by just having a belief system based on a guy that did or didn't live. What value does a guy that's fucking dead? Unless there was some teachings. And even that, did he write it down? And did we say true to the writing? Well, no. So then who wrote that? This person. So then what's his story? It's like me, I'm a famous athlete and I'm promoting a new car. I didn't create the car. I'm just using my name on top of selling this item. Now that person could turn around and say, a lot of people say, Dom, do you even drive that car? No, I don't. But they paid me for an endorsement of my name. So, well, what do you stand for? That's not what they're paying me to do. This is why back in the days, even today, where people said, I will hire you. Why? Because I've heard from other people, you do good quality work, you're very communicative, opposed to, oh, I'm just an electrician, I'm just a plumber, I'm just a politician. But what do you stand for? This is why when I hear people talk about fucking H.P. Blavatsky, they're just talking about her name. Jesus, they're just talking about the name. And then they use other names. Oh, Theosophy, Christianity. I said, but what does this stand for? Where do you stand within that? And then when I started breaking it down, well, Dominic, how can you bring that practical? That's not my responsibility to fucking tell you how to do it practically. If you have failed yourself as a fucking child, crawl back up into your mom's fucking womb. And even that, you were never there. The physical was there. Whoever you are was never in the womb. Now, that person said, I don't know that. Well, then do some research. What do you mean? You were in the womb? You were swimming around like a fucking fish? And then the doctor had to slap your ass to get your first breath here? Really? Or was that consciousness coming in through air? Don't know. Bingo. So then why are you putting value to it? That's why, I was never known by that name as a god. Because that's what people do. Because we've been conditioned. Chari, you're a programmer. You put in enough programming over and over to something, it's eventually going to think, well, then I'm Siri. Yeah, you're caught up in your name now, but what's your purpose? Well, I'm supposed to share whatever a person asks. Well, then stop getting caught up in your name. We're the one that gives name. We're the one that give value. Oh, Jesus cares. That's a question. Who cares? Well, I'm sharing, Dom. Yeah, you're just sharing his name. How can I have discernment based on his name? Love thy neighbor as thyself. Well, who's my neighbor? What do you mean? I've come to the realization I've never lived outside of myself, so there must be a neighbor closer within me than outside. Yum, yum. Look at that, Dom. You're sharing some shit that other people don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about, let alone what they're doing. They're just aimlessly walking in the dark, not realizing there's a lot of stuff in that darkness. Are you willing to play with them? There's a lot of shells up there. Wow, Dom, you seem like upset. No, I'm frustrated. Why? Because there's a lot of people out there. You've just never heard them talking when they're writing shit down. They're probably being guided. I don't write this. I don't write this shit down. Why? Because most people aren't going to understand that. We're not after quantity. We're after quality. We're not after the masses. We're after the few. What do you mean? We're here to acknowledge the few that you're going to have despair around a bunch of other fucking people that are asleep, and they're okay, especially if they're okay with being asleep. I've challenged a lot of people. By the way, I just yap and they get disturbed. I said, well, then you're not true being asleep. Because if you're truly okay with being asleep or unaware of what you believe in, whatever shit, no matter what comes out of my mouth and how I say it, shouldn't disturb you. It's like a guy that's actually going to war. You know the game is about kill or be killed. So when he gets you and he's about to kill you, bend a fucking knee, you moron. You got bettered. That's the samurai way. Now you could turn around and say, no, sir, no. I don't want you to kill me. What do you mean? There's another rule. Let me kill myself. Oh, okay. I'm okay with that. Okay. But most people are clever. Once you give me a gun, I'll shoot you. I said, you're an idiot. Dare not meet these beings in another realm. Then you're really going to have fun. Right now, this is the practice run. The acting realm. Oh, you killed me. Yeah, whatever. You said mean things to me. Yeah, whatever.
Now, I could be full of shit, going on a rant, but then again, what can we talk about? I'm not just talking about me and Jaro. We want to talk about sports, how it works, how it doesn't work, talk about currency, how it works, how it doesn't work, how a plane actually works. Is it run by fuel jet? Is it run by air? We could talk about all different possibilities, and some of them literally could be the way it is. But how would you explain to somebody else that's been so fucking conditioned to be so domestic that you are what you really are, but not that what you think you are? And how you feel you are. Well, Dominic, I feel I'm a Christian. Really, you do. So are you living the way of a Christian? Well, not really. So dressing the way makes you a Christian or a monk or a criminal? Which is fine. I get it. People dress a certain way. They figure, well, the placebo effect is if I dress like a bowler, I must be a bowler. Well, you're also going to have to bowl a little bit to see if you're pretty good at it. And competing with somebody else doesn't make you a better or less bowler. Because if that's the case, then I'm going to get a whole bunch of freshly born fucking baby, put them at the bowling alley and say, I'm better than all of them. That's all up in the game. And that's why we do all these illusions, these masks. Sorry, not acting. We're acting at that point. The only difference is I choose to act this game that I'm playing. Now, you'll get some people, well, Dom, if that's the way you are, then couldn't you just make money? I said, I also watch people run under 4 minutes a mile. Doesn't mean just because I know how to run, I could do it too. There's a lot of value in practicing it, manifesting it, and then realizing I wasn't designed for that. And just because I can't do it doesn't mean I should denounce somebody else. No, I'm glad I was able to see somebody else do it. Good for them. Yeah, but Dom, I'm a healer. Okay, there's another one. I'm a healer. Healer for who? If you've never left a vessel, then you're the healer for you. Well, I'm a doctor. You're a teacher. For who? For you. To me, it's a simple experiment for me. I see across the room. That's all I do. When I'm over there, I'm still here. When I'm here and I look over there, I'm still here. When I'm in a car, I'm still here. When I'm having sex with my wife, I'm still here. I'm not saying I'm having sex with my wife, but let's say somebody that has sex. Just because you're putting an instrument into something else, you're still here. You've never left the vessel. And the ones that have, how would they explain it to me or you for us to grasp it? No different if me and you saw aliens. How would we share it with a whole bunch of people? Write 1 billion books and then eventually convince them that the writing style must be the truth? No, it's just a bunch of written works. Well, Don, but I have to experience it. I just talked about energy, emotions. A lot of things you don't see it, and you're experiencing way more in the unknown than in the known. You don't see thoughts, you're experiencing them. You don't see how emotions, in this case, feelings come to be with the different molecules shifting. And it doesn't matter if they get to a point where science finally get a microscope and say, okay, well, this element have to join this element, has to be aligned up with whatever Mercury and Mars is, and this is how you feel. And you're just being affected by it. But that's not who you are. It's like the moon. When it's in a certain position, it does certain things to different body water. That's why when people have car accidents, they've affected their body. And within that body, it's not even their body, it's the body they get to experience, the vessel, the temple. But now the liquids in their body might have blockage, and they'll feel when the atmosphere drops or their joints of their pains is. Now, some of it could just be based on aging. Not all plants that have reproduced for many years are going to produce no different if one of their offspring plants or seeds. But we never get to that awareness. What we do is we specialize. I'm going to specialize as an electrician. So I'm going to give up all the potential of being good at a whole bunch of stuff, opposed to just being great at one thing. Okay. And then I wonder why I'm so limited. Now, somebody could turn around and say, well, Don, but you could change that. I said, not really. Energy floats where the masses are. If we all start giving energy to Gyro and always giving him, oh, Gyro's a nice guy or he's an idiot, we're giving him energy. This is why when people do Reiki, you have to make sure that the person you're giving to it is aware that you're sending it to them from a distance. Because if not, then you're no different than a person that's cursing you from a distance. You still have to give the heads up, whether the ego's in the forefront or in the background, to one of them. The being might say, okay, I did receive the information, but I can't give it to my ongoing program. Why? Because it's not designed for it, or it's not ready for it. So for me to yap out loud, you have a good enough demeanor that you could hear me yap for whatever. You could be upset about what I have to say, but really the question is, where was that upset really about, or that happiness? Was it way before you met me? And once again, John, I don't care about quantity, it's quality. So whether or not 2 people sees this or a gazillion people see it, it's the quantity within each word that I say and I share, because I'm nobody in the equation. So what I have to say is no different what other people have to say. But if it brings value to themselves, I don't want people to believe me. There's already enough dogmas in the world. And there will be more pretty soon too. I watch a lot of people on YouTube. Well, I really want to teach everybody, but meanwhile, here's my PayPal account. Here's my Twitter account. Make sure you give me a like. All those are pre-designed programs and you're just following them. If you want to share for the sake of sharing. I get it. We have to have a platform somewhere. And I get it. We've got away from being a sovereign being. So we need our necessities filled by obtaining something like, in this case, fiat currency. So some of us can pursue our needs, or more times not our wants, our lacks. I don't need a drone, but it's something I want. Same with a car. Do I need a car? Only if I choose to live away from where I actually work. So now it somewhat rubs in between a want and a need. Now, again, I'm just yapping for the sake of yapping. People are going to try to say, well, Dom, you're talking too quick. I said, if you're listening from within, either you're going to keep up or you realize you don't have to hear the way I talk. Again, this is on all the premise, once again, Jarl, because it's all the same. It's sharing. Okay.
Thanks for sharing. There's an art to sharing. Sometimes we share amongst our friends and we try not to share beyond them. Like if we're working in a company, we want to share amongst the company players and avoid sharing with the enemies of the company, the competitors. Or maybe we might share misinformation to them.
So that's not fair. Competition is when you share openly. It's kind of like, if it's the betterment of humanity, then you're serving. It doesn't matter if it's under the envelope of Goodwill or Michelin, you're sharing. Now, somebody could say, okay, but there's certain property. I said, I don't value copyrights. That gives the premise that you think you own anything. One thing is to share, one thing is to receive, another thing is to perceive. How you receive and perceive things is a different game. So that's a form of control when somebody says, well, I work for a company and I signed a document. Yes, there is traditions and there's customs and there's certain things that you chose to do it, but you're allowed at any time to say, I no longer want to play in this game. Now, but you have to be responsible to say, but I'm willing to leave the company. You can't have your cake and eat it and say, well, I no longer agree with my company policy, but I still want the benefits of working for the company to earn money. I said, no, you got to leave now. This is where people don't understand. When you complain about, I work for an industry and it's only favoring white people, for example, white men. Okay, I'll give you this an example. It's not even white, it's men of a certain color of skin and a gender. And another gender might turn around and say, or another color skin, or people will say, well, we don't have the same amount of equality when it comes to hiring practices. Okay, so what about for women and children? Well, no, it's a man's industry. I said, okay, so what you just said there, let me just change the word. It's a white man's industry. So they're permitting you to get in there, but now you want to tell us how to control it. No different now. You're going to turn around and say, well, women aren't allowed to be in here. If it's about humans, we should all be able to participate. And then we can decide for, okay, well, that particular woman, not all women, that particular woman doesn't benefit for her to work in that particular field because there's a lot of heavy lifting has to be done. Not to say all women can't do it, no different. All men should be able to lift heavy stuff. So then we can perceive, in this case, through discernment, that person's the best person in this particular position for the people that we know. And that's the same thing if you're in another industry. I want to be a nurturing person, okay? But for more times than not, most women are more nurturing than men are. Part of it because they're biologically, they have the potential of being a child bearer. And on top of it, it's closer to all the receivers down there. Now, there's some men, they can overcompensate with their feminine side, but that's not to say all men, let alone all women, can do that. This is how we make it all about me. Well, it's the color of my skin. I said, no, you're making this color of your skin plus your gender because you're not including everybody else.
It's like when Donald Trump just said a simple statement, whether it's fake news or the other one, let's make America great. From whose position are we talking from? The guy that was a slave, a woman that was disrespected, the children that were ignored? Which position are we talking from? Because when America was making their move upwards for being the next empire, a lot of people had to suffer and the few benefit from it. And the ones that didn't want to do either one were the few that were outside of it. And that was almost like every empire. So it all depends. If I'm talking from a position of being a billionaire, it's business as usual. From somebody else that's not benefit from it, they might turn around and call it a scam or it's unfair. But meanwhile, where does it ever show you that the world itself, forget about just the humans, the world itself is actually fair? It's a constructive, destructive realm where if you choose to build a house in Malibu on a cliff, be prepared that one day that might fall down. No different. If you want to build near a hurricane valley, be prepared one day there might be a hurricane. This is where people want their cake and eat at the same time, where I'm thinking, do you even know how to make fucking cake, let alone how to chew it correctly, if there's such thing as correct? This is the game that we play. Now, somebody could say, Dom, you're playing a game. I said, I'm picking up. Most people play these fucking games. They're just doing it unaware. They want to play the game subconscious and conscious, positive and negative, awake and not awake. Well, who's functioning all those things? The ego's not that fucking smart. I can talk to any fucking scientist and say, listen, you have all the elements on a chart, right? If I put you on a stranded island with some sand and I come back to you in 2 weeks, do you think you're going to produce steel for me? Well, not really. I said, so then you don't see the evolution of how everybody participate and they all channel to a certain point, because we as a human race, as a single person, does fuck all. As a group of people, we could do a little damage and a little productive, but we've never shown that we work collectively. Now, a person said, but we have. I said, really? So let's talk to all the women and all the children of the world. I don't think they would say, well, no, I've never worked collectively. Even in the war, when there's 100 million people, let's say even 1 billion people go to war, that's still not collective. Even if you got another 2 billion people building all the military shit, that's still not collective. So what the shit is all these fucking other religions trying to teach them? Are they trying to unify people together or something? Good luck with that. Women are being disrespected on a regular basis. When I say disrespected, they're not being considered. Same with children. Children more times than not are being neglected. Yes, and I'm just going to send you to a schooling system. I'm not really going to find out exactly prior to sending you to that school if that school is worthy enough for you to be an extension of me to teach my child something. Then we'd have to learn about Confucius. Have the children for the first 13 years. Why? You want to see what kind of gift that child has before you actually bring it out to the community. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I'm too busy working for commerce. The #1 religion, dogma in the world, commerce. Forget about state, science, because science is fueled by commerce. Religion is fueled by commerce. State is fueled by commerce. That might actually be something that might be something that we're all doing together, maybe. I would lean more towards bartering personally, but even that's not a collective thing. This is why when I question it, so what benefit does Dalai Lama have to do for us? We're helping us gain more collectiveness. We're not. I would even be okay if, well, I'd be okay. It would be interesting to be in a situation where we all decide collectively to be very destructive, because then we can get it out of our system. We've tried that. Doesn't work. There's only a couple thousand that'll live during all of that. So we even failed there. Why? We didn't eliminate everybody. Simple question I ask myself: if animals and plants could communicate in a language, they would have to come to our language. That's the sad part about it. Because when people do other things like ayahuasca and all that kind of stuff, they don't realize you're communicating with another species in their language. And then you come back fucking crying like a bitch. Like, oh my God, I'm crying. Yeah, because you don't realize the shit that we've done to them. And I'm okay representing the human race when it comes to being the most hypocrite. I'm not the most hypocrite, but being a hypocrite. Because I realize I used to eat meat. I do things to fruits and to plants and all that kind of stuff. But I do it unaware, out of ignorance. Yeah. That's another form of sharing, Jaro. Unfortunately, most people think sharing should just be done in a very pleasantry. Well, Dominic, it has to be smooth. It has to go down nice and nice. Like you're selling me a chocolate that I love. I'm like, I'm not here to fucking please you. I'm an agitator for myself, but I'm here to please people.
Politeness is another way of saying, I want to tip. I don't like fucking tippy-toeing around people's emotions. That's their responsibility. Now, when they react, I already realize you're not even responsible. Why? Because your reaction is giving it away. That's why I say responsibility. What comes with responsibility is accountability. Reaction, no, that what comes with reaction is pointing fingers. Oh, it was Eve's fault. No, it was Adam's fault. It was the serpent's fault. It was Donald Trump's fault. It was Hitler's fault. Where's the responsibility of every fucking person that picked up a fucking gun before? Where's the responsibility of every fucking human being that actually goes to a grocery store and bitch complains about some other fucking elite that actually, well, I don't agree with fucking GMO. Where's your responsibility of fucking growing your own fruits and vegetables and raise your own animals and then love them and then fucking have to say, listen, I'm going to do it very kindly. You're going to be asleep when I kill you. You fucking moronic piece of shit human. That's all of us, Jaro. And then people don't get to that level of awareness. What the fuck are they talking about? Well, it's a Band-Aid. You know, it's just 2 buckets of water that's coming out of the boat. You know, we're going to be very kind and we're going to take 1 pint of water in the back out. But meanwhile, you got 2 fucking big jugs of gallons of water coming from the front. You're not even putting a dent. Everything else, you're sinking more and more and more. Yeah, but Dominic, there's so many people writing all these lovely fucking fairy tale stories. Opposed to somebody saying, listen, you human race are really fucking a piece of shit. And don't make excuses saying that there's other beings doing all this shit because they have their own accountability. But you still have to do, what are you doing here in this realm right now? You're the last guy that held the gun and you killed that human being. We're going to deal with Hitler and all those other people after that. I'm just using them as an example. We talk about fucking Alexander. I'm not even going to call him the fucking great because he was a moron. Or Caesar, there's a bunch of morons. A Pharaoh, another bunch of morons. People that call them warriors. You're foot fucking soldiers when you're a warrior. Oh yeah, but you know, I'm an African. You're a fucking idiot. When did you get away from being the human race? Now, this is me again, acting like an idiot, Jaro. But then again, you know, Jaro, what is it going to take? You know, even in the Christian teachings, they talk about it. I came here as a teacher the first time. The second time, I'm coming with a fucking sword. There won't be any talking then. It'll be like, okay, what did you do for a living? I'm a Christian in name only. That's it. Like cutting a weed off of a, you know, I'm not saying, weeds are bad. They actually serve a purpose. But there comes a time where you want to grow things that are going to grow, that are healthy and benefit for the human race. The rest we've got to cut down. So there's a lot of human beings. Help us all down. It'd be easier to find the few than finding the many. You know, that's why people have like pictures of halos on them. Why? Because it's an indication for other beings to say, okay, that person did some work. That Dominic guy, nah, he's nothing. But I'm okay with it. Why? Because at least I'm being honest, as delusional as I am, as I'm saying it. I'm trying. Maybe that's a better word. I'm trying to be honest. Yeah, but Dom, I'm too busy. That's an excuse. I have kids, an excuse. I got an excuse. Everything that comes out of their fucking mouth at that point is an excuse. Yeah, but I'm working. Are you doing the true work, whatever that may be? You know, people want to hear shit that a person that really yip yaps. Listen to a guy like Mark Bascio. Now, unfortunately, Mark, in a sense, he's settled. You know, he's spending way too much time fucking thinking, well, I'm going to sell computer stuff and all that. I said, Mark, it's a fool's fucking errand to try to help other people become aware. You can share aloud, but the only person that's actually, it's like giving a gift. I give Gyro a gift. He doesn't want it. It's of no value to him. Then the gift comes back to me. If I don't accept the gift, why would I give it to him? But if he doesn't want it, but I do like the gift, well, at least it comes back to me. No different with a curse. Oh. You know, this is where people think, well, because I wrote a whole bunch, you know, I love it when people say, you know, they're yapping, all of a sudden, yeah, I wrote in 10 books, there's the sales pitch. Or the yapping. Well, Dominic, you know, something, you know, I'm a Christian, there's the sales pitch. How does that have anything to do with the fucking conversation? I don't fucking care how many books you fucking wrote. I don't give a shit if you're a fucking Christian. Do you care if I turn around in a conversation, Joe, and I say, listen, Joe, by the way, I just had this fucking 4-inch fucking piece of shit today. Look, how does that have to do with the conversation? Unless we're trying to say, okay, Jaro, we're talking about feces and it gives an indication where your health's at. That's a different conversation. But when people fucking throw out of middle fucking nowhere that oh, I learned the Buddhism way, what the fuck does that mean? When I was a kid, I played basketball. We were just talking about philosophy, unless there's some whys in there.
That's people talking about themselves. Oh, you know, I became a Christian. I became a Buddhist. I'm a liberal. You know, because they want pleasantries. They're not, somebody says, you know something? I'm a person that gives parking tickets. I'm a mass fucking murderer. Like, you know, they're not people stock up show. Well, because why? Because that wouldn't be accepted by most people because most people want fucking approval. Well, I want to find out whether or not you're a Christian too. Really? So what happened if I told you I think that's a fucking big joke? Well, then that would be wrong. When did you ever think you were right? I don't want to hear that shit. But they do. Now, if they give some contents to it, then I can have some discernment. But telling me you're a fucking Christian or a fucking Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha, I'm a Muslim. What the fuck does that mean to me? You go to fucking Mecca. Why don't you go to Petra anymore? Well, Mecca's the place. You go there for fucking to be seen. You're no different than those fucking other morons that go to the Wailing Wall. That's right up there with the fucking monks. And then you do the singing bowl, which is fine. But when you do it a public display, you're allowed to get guys like me to say, that's a fucking joke. Now, I'm not going to say it a whole bunch of them because I already know most of them are going to get all emotional. Well, we believe in peace, but meanwhile, you're getting so disturbed. But inside, I'm picking up the energy. If you could, and nobody got to see it, you want to fucking hurt me. So you're full of shit. No different than those people that believe, well, I'm a Christian. I don't believe in abortion. Really? So you don't believe in abortion because you think a fetus shouldn't be removed? Well, no. So then why are you here fucking threatening somebody else that you would kill them? They just revealed their morality. And how many people could you trust, Jaro, if all of a sudden there was a major war in America? Everybody would be backstabbing each other. This is not like Anne Frank's. Oh, I'm a Jewish person. I'm writing about you're a fucking piece of shit. You were scared like everybody else, and you probably would have sold yourself. Yeah, but I'm writing it down. Okay, you're only feeding people what you want to hear. They want to hear like a drama, a fairy tale. So what was the next day after when you have to look for your food the next day? Alan Frank, did you come from a fucking spoiled fucking upbringing of a Jew living in a country that was under fucking tariffs? See, people don't want to hear those stories because the Jews were being all rounded up because why? The Barron family said, listen, we put a dome over all you. Now we want you all in because we're going to form called Israel. And the ones that didn't want to come back, they went to each fucking country and they took them all back and said, this is what's going to happen to you because you joined the club, not these other people. It's like being in the mafia, Jaro. You have the responsibility to keep your mouth shut, not everybody else that's not in the club. Now, if they're not obeying the rules of the community, they're going to be punished too. But the onus is on the person that is a monk. The onus is on the person that is a priest. For me, I don't join those clubs. I can make fun of it till no end. Now, am I acting like an idiot? Yeah. Are they acting like an idiot? That's their responsibility to figure out if they are or not. Because they might genuinely think, well, I'm doing good. For who? We still have poverty in the world. We still have greed in the world. We still have women being disrespected. We have children that are being neglected. So how have you done anything? Dare not anybody ever try to represent the human race. What part would they defend? The pleasantry parts? Well, we do a lot of music industry. Well, dare not talk to a whole bunch of musicians and find out how that's a cutthroat business. You know, human beings get...
I'd like to share something.
Go ahead, Joe.
That I thought we might investigate in that Tantric Kali, what I read earlier, that was describing the battle, and the Kali was cutting up the demons and then cut up two males and maybe one of them, she stands on one of them. Maybe she's standing on Shiva, and then she sits on her phallus, his phallus, his lingam, and then that seems to appease her. So there's some symbolism to that. Maybe that could be interpreted to mean that if we don't appease our women, they'll get bloodthirsty, or they'll produce or they and So that's interesting in that mythology or in that story. And then there's some other images.
Mhm.
And then I was reading just now about uh, Saint Therese, a Christian woman who had erotic, mystical experiences. So not pornographic, but erotic. So there could be a needs to be a distinction, and so I'd like to share some another erotic picture. Let's see, share. Oh no, maybe I have to download the photo first. Let's see, it's over here.
While you're doing that, Joe, can I share a little bit of input on the reason with the phallic? Because the demons actually, people forget, demons actually the human race. And the thing is, how does humans come to be? Comes through the sperm. Without the sperm, unless you're going to have immaculate birth, which would be the fallen ones coming in to impregnate women. That's why a lot of times they question whether or not Alexandra was part god, in this case, demigod. So Kali was representing the women, even though they were produced from the same sperm, where we treat like our left hand worse than our right hand or vice versa. We do that with the sperm. When it becomes a girl, we have a different demeanor for a lot of cultures than we do for a male. And usually it's the male that perceives things. That's why when I was telling you the other day there, last time we talked, most of the books that are written by men. And then they might use words such as the gods, because they're not going to say it was from a woman, because then you would have to have women to ask and say, listen, did you write those things? No, I didn't. This is why they make up stories. That's why men are always going to be jealous of women, because women, for whatever reason, maybe they were being mistreated. So the gods figured, hey, in this case, the demigods, let's go down there. Why? Because we have nothing to compete with. Why? Men are treating women like shit. If we treat them with a little kindness, they're gonna love us. And then once we impregnate them with our seeds or whatever energy they have, their kids are going to be part of our offsprings. You see, because men, men, we're a weaker species. And what happens when people are weak and they're not honest, they try to find any sort of advantage, clever as that may be, opposed to being honest with himself. I'm not designed to be a leader, opposed to somebody else saying, well, I'm going to be clever. I said, you're still not a leader. Yeah, but I'm going to win. I said, you're still not a leader. I'm going to kill people. You're still not a leader. No matter what you say to that person, you already know. Best thing that could happen to them is be honorable. Put a fucking gun to your head and blow yourself. Or put a sword. But you know they're not going to do that. Why? Because usually they're the ones that are the gutless ones out of them all. That's what we have running the world right now. Gutless human beings. More times than not, and I got to be fair to the children and to the women, is the men. But then again, women they got first crack at these children. Not when they come out of the womb, when they're in the womb. If you have anger feelings towards men, while the child's in your womb, without understanding, this is beyond anybody that's born. It's kind of like saying the car that just showed up. No, it was a whole bunch of things. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I shared Kali standing over Shiva.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and looks like Kali chopped off some demon's head
That was a
and
human. That was a human's
got
head.
some tools
Mm-hmm.
and four arms. And there's a dog barking.
No, the dog's actually drinking the blood. The problem is when an animal tastes human blood, that's a problem for the human race anyway.
And then there's another one. There's another one to share.
Why
Let's
four?
see.
Think about that, Jaro. Why four hands? It's reasonable four.
Oh, why four?
Yeah, humans only have two of a lot of things. They have one heart, unless you're Doctor Who. But most humans only have one heart, but yet they have two of a lot of other things.
Oh, that's a dark-skinned woman. Black skin.
Well, Indian
And
women have dark skin.
there's a there's a little building
Mhm,
got 1, 2, 3, 4, and a big, in the middle.
mhm.
And
Watching this
there's
picture.
a crows standing on the points of those domes.
Mhm,
And there's looks like a net
mhm.
he's holding.
Gerald, in today's age, we would have things like Homer Simpson as cartoons. And in those cartoons, there's certain kinds of messages. Back in the days, and they still do have, like in New York, they have gargoyles. There's reasons for these things. We can reason these things. So for example, when you open up your computer, a computer board, you see all the boards that are situated a certain way. That's how cities are built. So here they're showing the skulls. These are demigods showing all the skulls they've taken of other human beings, kind of like a fighter jet saying that I've shot down a whole bunch of planes. And they're showing this is what we do to humans. Men, they're not, you never see a picture of a woman's head cut off. It's usually a male. And it's usually from the culture of India because they really resented the fact of the class system. Yes, and cutting off the head, that's usually a symbol because cutting off the head, that's the medium between you and the mind. And the body, that's kind of an indication that you weren't ruling fairly. You weren't using your kingdom fairly. So we're just going to cut off the king and the queen, the hemispheres, from the neck. And the neck is your chakra throat. It's just a symbol. It's no different than other people to talk about cutting up a demigod and getting rid of their phallics, their wiener, because that's what brings you manifests into this realm. And old demigods used to eat the other demigods' phallic just to prove this is what we think of you. Now, from an average human being point of view, oh, that's gross. I said, you're not seeing the warrior these people are. It's like you being trained in the military in America, and all of a sudden you go to do a jungle war and you've never been taught. It's difficult to teach to shoot another human being, but to come up against a whole bunch of people that actually will skin you alive. You can't even fabish because now you got to go in the jungle thinking, I got a gun, but what happens if they capture me? They're not going to kill me. That's a blessing if they kill you. But if they make you fucking suffer, put fucking little nails into your fingers, cut off one of your balls and let you just fucking bleed, not to death, but just enough, then you're going to finally experience suffering and pain. And military, I don't care if it's America or Russia, they're not trained for that. And that's why they make things like tanks and drones, because they know most of their warriors that fight for them are weak.
And what do you think of this image? It looks like the mother of Jesus or something like that.
The mother of Jesus. There you go.
Mary.
And did she look like a little something creature? She's very eerie looking. We should poke her eyes. We should piss on her eyes. Those are statues, Jaros. It's like when they show a picture of a woman holding a baby. That's wisdom holding on to knowledge. It's kind of like when you look at the Pope. I found out the other day, this means father, where they show him with a fish hat. These are all symbols. It's like when the monks wear purple. There's a reason for that. So now what's going on here? They're showing a picture. There's a lion's head on the one side in their coat.
Oh, that's a tiger skin.
Okay.
Holding on to tiger skin with 4 arms, but also holding different weapons.
See,
like a sword. Oh, and the flowers.
Okay, these are demigods. Yeah, but these are demigods, and the guy that's underneath them, that's showing submission. And think about where they have it. They have always the 1 foot over the heart. Forget about the little boot on top of her head. These are all symbols. Now I'm guessing to a certain point, but I don't mind sharing out loud, because when I share it, somebody will tell me, Dominic, yeah, you're on, you're off. Does it really serve a purpose? There's all these symbols. It's like when you see the symbol for health, it's a double serpent. It's like when people say, I'm going to raise my kundalini. I said, well, for what purpose? You're raising your snake mind? So you're going to learn about survival? There's a lot of symbols there, Jairo. You know, it's no different if me and you read a book. The whole paragraph is a symbol. You know, some people don't understand why is it written in odd pages opposed to even pages. You know, that's how our mind works. That's why when they produce papers, they have the what you call it, the advertising side on the right side opposed to the left side, because that's how our hemispheres work. Now, if I'm in a different part of the world, you'll see papers written differently because hemispheres play a major role. So a lot of the stuff here that you're showing me would benefit us if we were seeing these pictures in India, because here it's a different kind of hemisphere, and we perceive things differently when we're in different hemispheres.
And this is a Buddhist version of Kali.
Mhm.
The scholars have given that they suspect it's the name of Maha Chinatara.
Mhm.
Maybe it's a Buddhist deity.
And the Buddhism
First-
system.
First published in Bhattacharya,
Mhm.
1958. Or maybe they found it in a book from 1958.
But again,
Wow.
Joe, Buddhism is like Christianity. Buddhism is a branch or broke away or enhance a little bit of the Hindu ways of teachings. So that's
Oh,
where-
and here's another one.
Mhm.
This one is interesting. This time the figure is like standing on one foot,
Mhm.
and maybe it's dancing. Oh, it's similar to that Shiva that's dancing.
Mhm.
So the Buddhist deities were influenced by Hindu deities. Maybe they both had a root origin with root gods and goddesses at one time, even before the Buddha. Maybe these are like tantric deities that are used for meditation.
Well, again, Joe, a lot of the depictuation is it's depictuating that the female or the feminine side is trying to capture or conquer the other hemisphere, the masculine side. Because when you look at it, you know, there is a common theme. They're always depictuating a female aspect, a feminine side with it. It's kind of like the yin and yang. Within the yin and yang, you see the number 6 and number 9, but then it reverses itself. So which one is the 6 and which one's the 9? So it's just a bunch of 9s. So in this particular case, they're showing pictures of human heads. It's like, think about how a woman can lure a man in, because there's the attraction, there's the polarities. It's not one attracting one as much as maybe one's being pulled to another. You know, a lot of it is designed that we were meant to reproduce. No different flowers, animals. That's always been in there. Now we can manipulate it and do some splicing and all that, but we're still reproducing, regardless if at one time we had 4 heads, we had animal heads. There's been a lot of manipulation with the races. You know, it's just that we can't fabish the ideal that there used to be giants, or there used to be people that had animal heads on, or animals had human bodies. You know, but we do have this admiration for each species, and we also have a contempt for them. You know, maybe not me and you per se, but people do still eat buffalo, they eat bear, they eat chickens, they eat cows. You know, some of them are a little bit more domestic opposed to wild, but then they were all wild at one time. Same with humans. We were wild, but we become so domestic. The only way we're going to understand a pet, it'll be more a dog than a cat, because the dog has been so spliced that it's more domestic than a cat will ever be. You bring a cat outside, it'll still look at a bird, and it still has a wildness to it. But the dogs, they might once in a while still remember to go into packs. And that's why when you take them to a dog park or whatever, but more times than not, the only way we're going to be able to relate to them is when we see most of their domestic side, because we become so domestic. You know, it's almost like we give it an honor badge when we hear somebody else living, as they say the word, living outside the grid. I'm like, no, you're still living within the grid. What do you mean? You still got a truck.
You might not have electricity, but you still have water that's coming from a well. Where'd you get that technology from? You know, the guy that's living off the grid or, you know, living with the land, you don't see about them. They don't have the internet and all that. They're living with nature. They're interdependent with nature. But most of us, we become so domestic. Jaro, where you live, you're domestic. You know, I'm domestic. Whether it's a city or a town or a village, you're still domestic. We just have forgotten how to work together in those communities. And some of them just don't favor each other. You know, so it's kind of the old saying, you go into a jewelry or a crystal shop, you break it, you own it. You break the human race, now you have to govern over them. Now you got to rule over them. Why? Because you broke them. And most of us are broken. Now, we could spin it by saying, well, but I'm joining the military, or I'm a doctor, or I'm a teacher. You're still broken. What do you mean? Because if you do the examination, say, okay, so why would you need, as a human race that cares about itself, need military? Why would you need a doctor if everybody's staying healthy? Why would you need a lawyer if everybody knows how to handle their own affairs? We would either go back to a wise person and say, okay, this is too personal with me and it's too personal for them. So we need somebody to give us discernment. And then they'll tap into some energy source to say, okay, in this particular instance, for this moment, it favors this person, not you. Are you both okay with that decision? That's why we came to you. But if a person says, well, I don't agree with it, then why did you come to me? Because you want me to agree with you. You ever hear conversation when people talk? Luis used to do that. Can we all agree? Where the fuck did you get that shit from? First of all, I'm not here to agree or disagree with anybody. I'm here just to share. But for him to say, or somebody saying, can we agree? I said, you're playing this hypnotic game with somebody. First of all, if you're aware of things, you can't see through somebody else's senses. So what would you be agreeing upon? Share your view, let it be. It's like playing sports. Play your best game out there, Jaro. You're playing against Dominic. Play your best game. Don't bitch and complain about the referee. John McEnroe's an idiot. Don't bitch and complain about it. It's too fucking rain outside. Did you agree upon the game? Yes. Does he agree upon the game? Yes. So let's play the game now. I don't want to hear, well, the ball was out. I said, well, then that's the case. Then if you're having a bitch, you both have to agree. We don't need a referee. We're trusting each other's honors. But if you're so busy that you want to win the game, of course you're going to see the ball was out when it clearly shows it was in. This is where we're at, Jaro. We just don't realize how domestic we are. And then they have to give us land post. Okay, well, you guys are so fucking stupid. We got to write you books. We got to give you the technology how to write because you're so stupid. Yeah, but I read a book. I said, that's why you're so stupid, because you don't comprehend it. Because if you did comprehend it, would you need to read a book? Probably not. Yeah, but we still need books. That many? Do we need that many lawyers? Do we need that many doctors? Yeah, but people need to work. Yes, but did you come here solely to experience being a father, a mother, own a high rise? What? Because Jaro, me and you are never going to own 15,000 fucking apartment buildings. But there's people that do it. There's people that own cities. There's people that own land. So I'm trying to say, when I get reincarnated, I'm going to will that? Oh, I don't know what the purpose is. There's a good chance most of those people are here to anchor this realm. Now, is it personal? Not really. Because if it was personal, then we have to consider everybody involved. Well, if it's personal, then why are we destroying if we're thinking they're destroying me, then are we not destroying the trees? Directly or indirectly? What do you mean? Well, how do you think all these roads came to be? How do you think all these buildings came to be? You had to destroy something for something else to be built on it. Well, but that's different. Really, when it's advantageous to humans, it's okay. But when it's everybody else being affected by it, which is the trees, the waters, the animals, and all that, that's something we just ignore. Then we wonder where we get the idea that we ignore children and women. But yeah, we play this moronic game. Well, I don't like the way the white man, I have to use their fucking moronic talk, the white man treats you. I said, well, because you're just talking from a fucking black man's point of view or a Chinese man point of view. Now, your ancestors, whoever they may be, we've all been enslaved. We're still enslaved. What do you mean? We ignore each other. That's a form of enslavement. We're using somebody else's language. That's another form of enslavement. We're using somebody else's money. That's another form of enslavement. Or it's a privilege. Somebody decides to build a car. You guys get a privilege to use it. Yeah, but you should know it. Do you want to run the big car industry? Well, not really. So then shut the fuck up. Do you want to run the government? No, then shut the fuck up. Yeah, but I get the vote. Okay, so you buy a lottery ticket for fucking $3. Do you think it's worth to fucking get millions of dollars? That's a fucking dream. That's what the religion sells you. That's what state sells you. You honestly believe, Gyro, that we actually went to the fucking moon? We have satellites that are weighing a lot of fucking weight up there. If you honestly believe that shit, Gyro, then stay with religion, stay with state. And then whoever's hearing this stuff. Now, if that is true, what they're doing, it's beyond the masses to comprehend them. Most of us don't even know how cities came to be. We're in it, seeing it slowly. Oh, I get to see a high rise get built. But how do we get that technology? How do we build earth movers? How do we build planes? See, I don't give human that much credit that they actually create that shit. They know how to work and be little worker bees, but they're not the ones that create that shit. That's where I'm leaning now. That could be arrogant on my part, thinking because I can't do it. But really, I tell my buddies all the time, I said, show me a person that created the internet. Show me the guy that invented wireless devices. You're going to show me the instrument, but show me how the energy works. How do we actually have a wireless device? In this particular case, Dominic, I can actually go through this particular technology by talking through it or through my phone, and it can actually pick up key information that we can gauge with numbers or colors or whatever. But how does the energy actually work? I don't know, Dom. No, there's the word. I don't know. Well done. You don't know. But let's say you do know. And you're beyond your belief system now. You do know. Where would you have wisdom and understanding of that now? Where would you have discernment, which it isn't anymore? And then understand you're being honest with the self. I don't create that stuff. Now you're being honest with yourself. Do you know other people that did it? Well, not really. So now you're learning a little bit about discernment. You know all the things that you're not. I don't know what those clouds are. I don't know what the sun and moon is. I give it a name, but I don't know what they are, meaning that I know here I'm standing on something. I don't know if that's actually material. Now, people say it's gravity. I say, fucking gravity is still a theory. I would lean more towards magnetic before I would learn towards gravity. Because if we're going to talk about gravity, then how does a fucking bird fly then? Oh, well, it's, and then you hear this fucking moronic speech. It's relativity. I heard a guy the other day talking about it. It is funny. It depends where you're standing. Okay. I would lean more towards this business as usual. But people believe that shit, and that's fine. But the emphasis that I'm talking about is the belief part. You can't know. And even if you did know, oh, Dom, I went in a rocket, we went up. I said, now you know, but do you have the wisdom to understand, wisdom and understanding how that technology came to be and who gave it to us? Well, not really. I said, so you're still stuck on knowledge. But for most people, it's a belief. Well, they told us they went to the moon. That's a belief. Well, there's no way NASA could lie to us. It's still a belief. No different back in the days, they said, listen, you can't read the scriptures because you told your kids not to learn how to read or write. So when we read shit, we could be making it up as we talk and nobody can question it. Anyway, I went on Gyro again.
No. Oh. Let's see. Hmm, hmm, hmm. How can I share this? Let's see. I'll go over here. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. 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 Why did you that? Hmm. Where is my? Oh. Hmm. 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 Word. Hmm. 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 Mm. Oh, here it is. Go like that and hit paste. Paste. There we go. Then I can. Hmm. There is no fear of the erotic in Saint Teresa of Avila's mystical experience. For example, Teresa wrote, or maybe it was heard, that she said, "It pleased our Lord that I should see the following vision a number of times. I saw an angel near me on the left side in bodily form. This I am not wont to see, save very rarely. In this vision it pleased the Lord that I should see it thus. He was not tall but short, marvelously beautiful, with a face which shone as though he were one of the highest of the angels, who seemed to be of all of fire. They must be those whom we call seraphim. I saw in his hands a long golden spear, and at that point of iron there seemed to be a little fire. This I thought that he thrust several times into my heart, and that it penetrated into my entrails. When he drew out the spear, he seemed to be drawing them with it, leaving me all on fire with a wondrous love for God. The pain was so, the pain was so great that it caused me to utter several moans, and yet so exceedingly sweet is this the greatest of pains that it is impossible to desire to be rid of, or for the soul to be content with less than God. Mm. Thus spoke Saint Teresa of Avila, a mystic. Mm. Mm. Oh, low battery. Please charge on my headset. Let's see if I can switch it over to this one. Mm. 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 How's that? Put these in here. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Oh, good. So, how's that?
Sounds pretty good on my end, Joe.
Mm. Oh, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Oh, let's see. We have to go. Oh,
I went in a circle
oh,
again.
turn them off. Oh, mm. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
There
What
we go.
are we doing, Joe?
I'm back in business. Mm.
Now, question, Jaro, because I've been yapping for a bit and I probably will again. What can we do
Mhm.
when we are sharing with each other? Like, is it productive for us when we share? Is it supposed to bring it to a point? Is it something that is supposed to sit there and gel? Because, you know, for a lot of us, we share because there's an agenda.
Mhm.
You know, is it to stave off
Yeah.
loneliness, boredom?
Is it to share, to see if it if it generates some inspiration for discussion?
Mhm.
Is it to connect what is shared with other related things? Hmm.
But let's say other people, let's say there's a group of people, some people can relate, but others can't. Is it still sharing? Like I watch sports, for example. I can't relate to the athletes more times than not. I could probably relate to the outcome, you know, and that's usually a personal thing, whether it's a team that I want to win or lose, or if a whole bunch of people like this one team, I sometimes choose just for pure entertainment, the Cinderella team with an underdog. But I can't relate unless I actually do some, and even that I'm just using ideals or hear what other people talk about, what they have to go through to be an athlete, or watching a whole bunch of people that is in a circus. But when they're doing it, the athletes are sharing with me, whether directly or indirectly, in this case, indirectly. So I'm watching, say, football or basketball or hockey or tennis. There is a sharing going on there. Now, whether I want to perceive it as entertainment, it's a livelihood, it's one of my brother's friends playing for one of the sporting, but how does that benefit oneself? I just said a couple of things that could benefit, right?
Or is it that I have questions and or speculations,
Mhm.
and I throw things out there
Mhm.
to see if it gives me a different perspective, and to see if the person that receives the shared object sees something similar to what I see, or the person that received it is able to share something that I was not able to see, and I say, "Oh, I I didn't think of that," and I say, "Wow, that makes sense," or something like that. Could it be that the sharing is for the mutual benefit of the shareed and the sharer? Hmm. And then there's there's editing going on in the mind of the sharer. There is editing. There is a discussion in my mind. I am saying to myself, or to my left hemisphere, or or what the other hemisphere. I'm saying to it, should I share this? This No, this wouldn't be of interest to my listener, or this would this would uh this would be would not make sense, or it would be taken another way. Hmm. So I'll share that at a later time, but maybe I'll share this. Yes, this might work. So there's editing going on, trying to anticipate what the effect will be. But it's always surprising what the effect is. You never know what will happen. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Hmm? Why did I come up with the art of sharing? Because last night I was at the office and Dominic said, "What's the topic for tomorrow?" And I was working on learning about SharePoint. And I said, "Oh, that reminds me of sharing." So I said, the art of sharing, because in SharePoint, what is the point of SharePoint? It's a point. What does the word point mean in SharePoint? Hmm. Well, I'm learning about SharePoint. It's it's like uh it's like a mm, it's like a bunch of tools that are integrated with other tools that people are familiar with. So in my office where I work, people share documents using tools like a word processor called Microsoft Word and calculating tools like Excel spreadsheets, but they're also used to create tables or lists or to keep track of things like you could keep track of your budget. And so the accounting department keeps track of accounts payable and receivable with Excel. And there's other tools, but mostly it's Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel. And that works well with SharePoint. That's another tool. And I'm not familiar with it. I'm watching videos on YouTube how to use SharePoint. And it sounds like it it's like you create a little website but within your own company. And so you share the website and with a team, and you might have a little website for the team that does marketing or sales, and a little website for the team that does financing, and a website for a team that does operations, and then they communicate with each other and bring up news and important announcements and things like that. So I've got my work cut out because I'm learning about SharePoint and I know nothing, and I am just getting my feet wet. So I hope that everyone learns to use it in the office and make the what is it, the processes go well. But I've got a lot to learn. Maybe I should go to the bookstore and get a book on SharePoint. That'll be real thick, the computer book. Oh, probably $50. Nah, I think I'll stick with videos on YouTube. So I thought I'd share about SharePoint. But what's the point? Hmm. But there's something about SharePoint where you don't want to share. That's interesting.
Mm.
Wait, because you you create a little website for a team, so that team is a subset of the whole company. So you that means that you give permission to the little subgroup of the whole group. And so they're sharing amongst that group, but they're keeping it secret from the others. So they're sharing, and there is uh uh withholding information from others by not letting them see what you have there. They're not given permission. So I gotta learn about how to uh set up permissions. Hmm. Well, I got everyone's emails. So the sales department, I'll give it to uh, Vladimir and Luisana and Ivan and Maria. They're in the sales department. And so only they can see what's in the sales website, intranet website. Intranet versus extranet. I guess extranet would be the internet. It would be everyone can see it. But intranet would be only for your eyes only, for the company only. Something like that. So that's why there's an art to sharing, because some things you don't want to share. And that's why there's top secret confidential documents that the government doesn't want others to see.
Well, Gerald,
And that's why. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Joe, there's like public sharing and then there's private sharing,
Oh,
so, and then there's confidential sharing, there's personal sharing, me and you aren't necessarily going to share everything about ourselves with each other. If I was signing a contract with some sort of company, I can still share it, but I have to reap the rewards, whether it's a punishment or a reward of what comes with that contract. Most people don't have to aren't signing a contract.
non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, it's usually that way. Yeah, and there's family contracts, whether it's spoken or not, where people don't share outside of the family how the family functions. And then it gets to a point where some people that are born into those families says, "But I didn't agree upon that." And this is where it gets confusing, where this is why people end up having like what we call dysfunctional family, because you have somebody that's doesn't know the rules, or it's never been explained. Some people, not just children, will follow things without questioning things, where other people might turn around and say, but I need to understand why I'm following these rules. Then that person would have to say, okay, well, then I have to share. Like there's no for sure that's because somebody shares something with somebody that they're going to say, well, I'm going to share this with other people now.
Or when you end up with a stepfather or stepmother.
Well, once again, does
that make it dysfunctional? Maybe
it can.
Or when things get complicated, when there's a divorce and maybe there's a new girlfriend or boyfriend to the parent you're staying with, then things get complicated.
Once again, Gerald, it's one of those things. It's an unspoken word because people don't share. It's like you said the word stepmother, stepfather. The children have a say in the matter. It's usually the parent of the child that makes these assumptions, well, my child needs a male figure or a female figure. Well, they have teachers, but the teacher's getting paid. You know, I don't value the concept personally to be a stepfather for somebody else's kid. Now, if the child down the road turns around and say, Dominic, you were a very father figure to me, thank you. But giving a label, that's more or less, it's not the responsibility of another person to raise your kids. Well, once you get to a certain age, it's the responsibility of that child now that's an adult to raise themselves. But because we have a lot of convenience, the job is a little bit less tedious for most people. You know, it's like animals. Animals don't have to, especially if they're domestic, they don't have to spend so much time looking for food and then resting because they've spent so much energy in the last couple of days looking for the next meal. Then we wonder why they could become docile, because we do the same thing. Like I've never liked that idea where people say, well, I'm the child's stepfather. I said, did you guys both have that conversation? Did the child feel safe enough to say, I don't need you to be my father. I need you to be a friend. You know, a lot of parents never get that friendship with their kids till later on in life. You know, so, you know, sometimes kids are forced to be in certain situations. Think about when you go to school, you're forced to do certain things. And part of the reason why people are forced is because they're not informed of all the different possibilities, you know. Again, that's a form of sharing, Jarlo. Sharing is something you share with people, and it shouldn't be, well, I didn't share with you because I thought you would disagree with me. No, that's not sharing. Sharing, you just share. Don't worry about things that it's out of your control, how I'm going to respond. Yeah, but if I know that, again, as soon as a person says that tone, but well, you expect me to make sure it's nice and safe before you present it? No, share it. Tough love, gentle love, hard love. You got to find out each person's way of receiving things. Now, if somebody turned around and said, Dominic, I like to receive information with pleasantry, what you've told me so far, I'm not that kind of person. Why? Because I don't think you would actually, it would work for you if you got pleasantry and you're not ready for the hard knocks of life of me presenting it a certain way. So then go find what you really want. You know, people do want to be told what they want to hear, but yet they turn around and say, but I want it to be presented the same way, but I want different results, opposed to, do you want it presented a different way? This way you can understand why you have the same result. See, there's the difference, Jarl. I don't mind telling somebody something and say, listen, I'm going to tell you a hard way so you become honest with yourself and realize why you keep getting it the same way over and over again. Now, when they turn around and say, but I don't like the way you're talking to me, I said, that's a distraction for you now. That's an excuse. Because you came to me or you came to somebody else wanting a different result and you want to control how it gets presented to you. That's a child's behavior. And last time I remember, I don't allow children to run my life, let alone an adult to run my life. Now, that might sound, it might resonate with people. It doesn't mean we practice it. Like I said, I understand how. It doesn't mean I practice it, but I do understand it. You know, comprehending things doesn't mean you practice it, because once again, we are human beings. We're not always having to be a human, let alone we also have to be being. Most people value the concept of doing. Okay, that's fine. You know, if kingship was always about being of service, then does it always have to be that the king's out there or the queen's out there picking up poop or feeding the horses? No, they're orchestrating it. Now, some kings want to be hands-on. Others, they just want to be an observer. They want to be willing to be there and say, listen, did anybody need me? What do you mean? Because that's the best way I could be of service. You work for me, but I can be of service to you when everybody asks me, whoever that person may be, how can I be of service to you? What do you need, Gyro? Do you need a new computer? Do you need a better chair? Do you need better hours? Tell me what works for you, because I'll see it in the result. But I'm not going to force another person to do the exact same thing you're doing. That's why I'm being of service to you, Gyro. The person that's sitting beside you in another jet, I'm going to ask, how can I be of service to you? Because there's no way you can be like Gyro. So what do you need? Well, I'd like to have my child come to work once in a while. Okay, so how can we arrange that? Well, no, forget about everybody else. I'm asking you, how can I be of service to you? Doesn't mean that I can make it happen, but how can I be of service to you? That is how a person rules. Sounds good to me when I do it idealistically, but then now we know we're not doing that. So then how is it working? Well, everybody's trying to tell everybody else what to do. So let's evaluate what is being done. Is it working? Well, not really. Okay, so now if we keep doing the same thing that's not working, isn't that a form of insanity? Sure it is. Now, some people, I've done it myself and it's come at an expense to me. If I don't know where I'm going to go, then at least take my chance of what I'm not going to do anymore. It's like when people say, you don't leave this job until you get another job. Well, guys do the same thing when it comes to marriage. I won't leave this marriage until I have something else. No, if you know this is not working, at least you know what's not working. So stop doing that. Yeah, but I'm going to be without a job. I said, take your chances. Now, again, Joe, that sounds nice when I say it, or it sounds harsh. It's each individual person that has to present himself with different possibilities to see the ones that they're willing to try. And for a lot of people, there's nothing that presents itself, so I'll keep on going to the same well over and over again. And then I will share, and people do share, this is another form of sharing. They'll share about bitching and complaining, poor me, I wasn't born with a silver spoon. That's still a form of sharing. Nobody cares about me. Okay, so you're sharing with me that nobody cares. Do you go around caring for other people? Then you hear all the excuses. Well, then don't you think your parents or your friends could say the same thing? Once again, how do we become of service to another person? By considering them. What are you missing in your life? Now, if somebody says, well, what about you, Dom? I said, I've already shared myself. When people want to be combative, they're not being combative with me. They're being combative with what they perceive. And in this case, is humanity all roses? No. Is humanity all cruelty? No. So how does that make you feel? Confused. What comes in the form of confusion? Frustration. Why? Because I grew up thinking that life should be fun. People just use the word happiness. Other people might use the word lack of responsibility. And then the person that takes on responsibility bitches and complains about somebody that's not responsible. Then lead. What do you mean? You like being responsible? When you present it to somebody that's irresponsible, it will show whether or not you're true to yourself. Because this is not a comparison game. Because I could easily find somebody that's way more responsible than you if we're going to play the comparison game. And somebody could say, yeah, but I run a family with 3 kids. I run a company that has thousands of employees. So you're running one family, I'm responsible for thousands of family. So if we're going to play that comparison game, you're a child to me then. No different. A warden can say, I have thousands of prisoners and prison guards I got to take care of. Yeah, but that's different. Everything's different then, isn't it? This is why when people share out of love. When I say share out of love, it's not about kumbaya or cruelty. Love means it's unconditional. Share it. Let other people perceive whatever they want. And same with you. You want to join the military? All the power to you. Do you know the harm that you could do to yourself? Well, yeah. Same with the other person. You know the harm you could do to yourself? Yes. No different. You want to jump out of a plane with a parachute. You know the harm that you could do to yourself? Yes. At the same time, we can acknowledge, you know the nice feelings you might get. Some people get enjoyment killing another human being. They feel relieved knowing that they didn't kill themselves. It's okay. Twisted as that may sound, Jaro, because that's all I can say. It's twisted because I don't really know what that person goes through. We have serial killers. Is it because they like killing or the attention? Isn't that no different than vanity? People go on to Twitter to show another picture of themselves. Hey, look, I got a nipple. Okay, we all have nipples. But it is what it is, Joe. And I say that in a very kind of like, well, because I know I can go on and on about things and people can say, Dominic, I lost you. I said, whoever said you were supposed to follow me? What am I fucking forced to know? You got to follow me? No. Most people could not write a book, but yet they'll read a book. Most people can't talk like me, but they can at least hear me. I'm not asking them to understand me. I do artwork. Let's say I do artwork. I could easily walk into an art gallery and quietly, nobody knows who I am, and then hear 1,000 people talk about what they perceive of the artwork that I just did. Who's to say it's right or wrong? Unless they ask me, Dom, what did you think of that artwork? Well, you happen to talk to the right person. Why? Because I did the artwork. They're not those people say, well, Dominic, no, that's not what it means. I said, I'm the artist. I'm trying to tell you how I did it. Now, how you perceived it, that's a different story. But I'm telling you how it is. Like, when somebody tells a story about another person and then you finally meet the person, the story is so warped that the person's trying to say how you perceived it, how you heard it is different the way I did it. That's all. And this is how we struggle. We get confused. I heard the other day people talking about the shape of the earth. Is it flat? Is it a globe? Is it a triangle? Does it have spikes? Is it being held up by elephants? Again, it's all about my view is right. And I'm so secure of myself, but I'm insecure that I need other people to endorse me by saying they agree. Or I want to prove my way is right by finding somebody very weak so that I can argue my point and prove that I'm right. Okay. But still, last time I remember, has anybody went high enough to see what the shape is? Not really. Just because I see two objects in the sky does not mean it's the same thing down here, because I don't see nothing down here that's up there. And is it up there, or am I looking at it from the side? I don't know. But that's what we do. And that's the same thing we do with religion. Same thing we do with, think about Jaro state. Oh, democracy is the best thing in the world. So then we force that onto other countries. But meanwhile, democracy quite clearly shows it's in debt. And you have a military for what reasons? Well, we're protecting ourselves. Are you protecting yourself from other countries, or are you protecting from your own citizens when they find out that you've been lying to them the whole time? Or misleading them, that's probably the better word. That's all. Again, that's me yapping out loud. I don't put this, I'm not a university student where they've been conditioned, well, you're gonna have to write where you got all that information. I said, the information I get from it just comes from the observation from within and from without. I'm not here to prove anything, so I'm not worrying about giving you a 1,000-page essay. It's of no interest to me. Yeah, but you're not going to get a degree. I said, that's another question. I'm speaking with the English language that has 5 degrees. Why would I major in 1 degree? But that's why I'm not in university. Not to denounce people that go to university. I will challenge them so they can at least either justify or try to understand why they go to university. And it's not the right position when they say, well, Don, why'd you become an electrician? I said, no, that's a clever game. You were never going to ask that question unless I asked you first. And you're only asking this question now because you're trying to defend something, opposed to questioning something. Questioning me serves you no purpose. Questioning why you do what you do and how you do it, that's for your benefit. But a lot of us don't get to that point, Jaro. But yeah, we like to read about other people's amazing ventures. Oh, the Buddha did this. Jesus did this. Really? That's like looking at one of the actors in the world and we just assume that they actually, but they're good actors, yeah, but they didn't write the script. They didn't create the set. We don't see that. We only see what we want to see. We want to see the singer on stage, but we don't want to see all the people behind the scene, whether it's the drummer, the guitar player, the lighting guy, the guy that produces all the records, the person that sells all that record. We don't want to see that. That's why we're short-sighted or narrow-sighted in that case.
Have we penetrated the wisdom of sharing? No. Have we covered the art of sharing to its fullest? Or is there more to it than we have touched? We've only touched it.
Well, we can arrogantly think that we've done it completely, let alone scratch the surface. Sharing is always happening, Gerald. Whether, okay, I'll give an example. You're sharing with yourself if you go outside and you see a nice, beautiful, beautiful day. That's sharing. Now, if you're talking about communicating with each other, a lot of times, most of us, if we're honest with ourselves, we feel very lonely in this world. That's why people can feel lonely among a whole bunch of people at a flea market, because we've forgotten to engage first, opposed to waiting for somebody to engage with us. This is why we say shit like, "Well, my parents didn't care for me." I said, "Okay, let's say that's a validity, but you learn something, so don't be that anymore. Be the one that's going to initiate." Again, that's a challenge, Jaro, because we want to read about it, and that's good to pick it up in theory, but ultimately we're not doing it. And even if we are doing it, is it designed that everybody has to do it? Not everybody's famous, not everybody's rich, not everybody's poor, not everybody's in the military, not everybody's going to be a parent. And in each of those situations, you could be a parent, but you could fail at it. You could be rich and be egotistical. You could be rich and kind.
Well,
Good word. Well,
it's that time of the day
Yep.
for me to say goodbye so I can take a nap and then go on with what's left of the day.
well, thank you, Jaro. I know.
Thank you
Yeah.
for sharing.
You're
The
welcome.
wisdom of sharing.
I don't know if it's wisdom,
Give
but
me many great ideas. I will go forth and share.
I love it.
Dare to share what might benefit others. Might make their day memorable. They might end up saying, "Man, that guy's weird. He said hello to me or something."
That's the best position, more times than not, in a world of indifference to be in. When somebody says you're weird, oh, so at least you see me. It's like going to the airport and say, "Listen, don't get on that airplane," and then they sit back, and the people, if the ones that are receptive, might say, "Oh, I think an angel just told me not to go on the airplane."
Well,
I don't say you should do that, but it is humorous. I like to entertain myself, Jaro, in my head. A lot of things I talk about, I don't do it. And a lot of times we don't have to do it. That's why we have TV and all that. We like to live in fantasy worlds. That's why how we treat poverty, or when we hear about somebody else's misfortune, it's kind of a fantasy for us. Like, oh, that's poor person. I can't believe they died in a car accident. How do you know what death is? I don't know.
Well, so may you have a wonderful day and weekend and week.
Thanks, Jaro. You same with you, Beto.
Thank
Same with you, Beto.
you. See you next time. This was wonderful.
I'll talk to you once in a while through